Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive, remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive, remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive, remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love,
Hello, gamers. Happy Monday. Good to see everyone. Guys, I am addicted to this horse game we played yesterday. Oh my god. Yesterday off stream, I finished the demo. It's so extensive. We already said this yesterday. It's so good. And then I redid the demo, the full demo again. I finished it this morning. And I didn't get all the achievements, so I'm gonna go and play it again. I love this horse game. It's the best game of my life. I see that we still have the video. Hold on, my camera is still. There we go. From the down from the what do you say? The ears we did yesterday. Welcome in everyone. Good to see you. I am gonna get ready to play some 2v8 with the amazing Hex Lover today. Please be sure to check them out. I am terrified about one thing. Has everyone seen the oh, maybe I can the discussions about videos and shout out messages? God, some of the responses crack me up, but now I'm like terrified that I'm gonna go do a shout out and that people are gonna get upset. So I'm trying to figure out how to turn it off. Okay, here it is. As we are usually, chaos is real. Yesterday we didn't have any mics. Today we're worried about shout outs. Never a dull moment. Glenny, congratulations on getting first. Welcome in. How are you, Avian? Thank you for stopping by. Congratulations on getting second. Enjoy your daily doggo treats. Thank you for the redeem. Hex, enjoy your daily doggo treats. 22 already. Let's go. Thank you for the redeem. Sentinel Jordan, thank you. Gonna lurk like the creep that I am. I appreciate you stopping by. Thanks so much for hanging out. Tourney day on Saturday, guys, over at Jordan's channel over here. I've posted the link in my schedule. It's both on my Discord in the schedule channel or on Twitter. Saturday, I'm competing in the Jordan's time trial journey with God of IQ, Slay, Tess the Second, and Don Electro. So I don't think I will be streaming that, but we can watch it over at Jordan's. And if any of my teammates are streaming, I will let y'all know. Let's see where we are at. Hex is still loading. I think you'll be there shortly. Yes, good, good, good. All good. I will open Discord because I haven't. I will also set up the guest star. So we can get everything going. And then we're gonna play 2v8. 2v8. That's maybe ending tomorrow. I think it will be. Some people seem to think we're still gonna get extended. I don't know. They have in the past, not the last edition though. The most recent edition, they also just ended it after 2 weeks. The 3 editions before that, they did extend to a 3-week period. They do have P2B tomorrow. And I think it's Blood Moon in a month. So I don't think it's gonna get extended. We'll find out. We'll see. We'll see. Jill, happy Monday. Welcome in. How are you? Enjoy your Lady Doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem. How is the rest of your weekend? Let me make a lobby. Play 2v8s. We're gonna start on Killer with Survivor in between. And I have time for a long one today. So we might end on some open lobbies with Survivor. Anybody? I'm thinking April, Glenny. There's two reasons for my thinking. The first one is last year it was in April. It ended when I went to Ibiza and I was there April 26th. So last year it was the first 3 weeks of April. That's my first reason why I think it's in April. The second reason for that is Behavior changed all their events up because they wanted to do one big event per quarter. So if you do the maths, Halloween counts as Q4 because that's October, November. Of course, the winter event does start in December, but with it ending in January, I think that counts as the Q1 event, which means Blood Moon can only be counted for Q2, which is April. So that's the maths behind it. But who knows? Who knows? Dahlia, welcome in. Enjoy Dahlia Doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem. That's my thinking. I'm clearing my calendar. I have to work an event in the first weekend of April. And if they need me after that week, I'm gonna have to say no thank you. I'm busy. I have to game, you know? Basically, that's what's gonna happen. Also something exciting. I got invited just 2 days ago, I think, for the Tennis at the Disco 2v8 8-way streamer collab. I have to fit in a stream tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. for 4 hours, 7 to 11 a.m. to take a part in that. But of course I'm going to say yes because this is very exciting. I'm looking forward to it. So extra stream tomorrow for all you early birds or gamers that go all night and then are going to be chilling in the morning. 7 a.m. Central European time. I'm streaming 2v8 hosted by Tennis at the Disco. So I'm very excited to have an opportunity to meet some more fellow DBD content creators and play some 2v8. Hello, Fabi. Yo. Welcome in. Happy Monday. The fact that I just got an invite by Leon's Whore, and I'm like, who is this? And I'm like, oh, yeah, Hex Lover. That's Hex Lover's name. I got you. Okay, we've got game audio soon. Hold on, soon. Yes, there we go. Nothing happy about a Monday? What do you mean? My Monday is great. Which is the one with the where they scream? Haste. I don't know. I'll just do this. Are we in this? Yes, we are. We're opening shared chat. This was already discussed beforehand. And I need to try something real quick. We turn this off. And then do we get this? Is this gonna work? This is not what I meant. Oh, look at this. Oh, I can't pin this. First as fuck. Hell yeah, Mina. Okay, I've turned off the clips. That's good news. Now I need to find a VC. Are we in mine? Croatian. Yeah, I knew and I didn't know. Does that help anyone? Swish, welcome in. How are you? Hello. Anything with Leon is usually Hex. Yes, that's true. We will play Survivor. I am not playing. What? Why? Hello? Am I doing gens? Are they crazy? I'm not doing gens. Welcome in, everyone. So thanks for hanging out. Good to see you. Oh, hello. Hold on, my game thing. This is the only. There we go. Problem. when I play other games. Incoming call. Incoming call. Hello? Hi. All right, let me turn you. I am good, thank you. Let me turn up the volume a little bit there and see if I can put you up on the stream as well. I'm good. I'm looking forward. Oh, nice. Yes, good, good, good.
The last time we did this, it was so much fun.
I know. I agree.
I hope we get that slinger again. That was like the whole game.
Oh my god, I remember that game. That was so funny.
I hope we get him again.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe we're lucky. That was, yeah, that was something. I made a clip about that and everything. Alright,
Yeah,
first game on.
I saw that. For this game, and we will be here for a while.
Yeah. I had a great weekend, Swish. Thank you so much. We played a horse game yesterday on stream, a new game, and I absolutely love it. And I've been playing it yesterday all evening and this morning as well. It was amazing. Toxic. Well, Swish, you're great. Wonderful. I was looking at your stream. Games look good. Some Chucky problems I saw, but I hope it was a good time nonetheless. We're gonna be in your Discord. Okay, we've got the Discord. We've got it solved. Hi, Azrai. Welcome in. How was Minecraft yesterday? It looked quite hectic. I was lurking in your stream. Good to see you. Good morning. Good morning. I hope it was a good time. Joe, my Joe, welcome in. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem. Driving, so can't hear you, my but hope you're having a great stream. Aw, thank you, Joe. Be safe, okay? Oh, Nemi.
What's that nemesis?
That sounds like a nemesis. He already in power? Like, what's going on? I mean, we finished the general,
He-
so
He probably killed Tony.
we're gonna finish the second here as well. Save me! Okay, thank you. Yes, future Wesker Pro, 100%. Who's that? Pepper. Oh my god.
Oh, he's a trapper and nemesis.
She's gonna beam safe, no issue. Hold on. So it begins. I'm ready. Poor Trapper. No, no, no. Hold on. I didn't ask yet, but how was the tourney? Yeah, I was still very stressed, Jill. Even though I was ready for it. I pre-discussed it in DMs with Georgie. I still got very nervous, and the problem for me on the Saturday when we played was because of the nerves. I rely heavily on Georgie to make call-outs, right? Which I don't think is an issue because he's really good at managing the team, but there's a problem with the reaction time when you're relying on someone else to tell you what to do instead of thinking for yourself. That's how I ended up sandbagging him, and I still feel frustrated about that. So I was really happy to get my first official game with Die for Cheese out there. out of the way and to have experienced it so that I can, you know, learn and prepare again for the next time. So I was really happy. I was proud that I didn't do anything like stupid. I felt good about my comms, about the way I played. But that, yeah, definitely still some room for improvement, but mostly for me around balancing thinking for myself and doing what Georgie tells me. Because that sandbag would not have happened if I wasn't stressed out about taking a hit for him against Chucky. So yeah, you watched it, but you want to hear from you. That's my long summary. That was my long summary. Games last night were interesting. Minecraft donations had us move twice, and we were still moving at the end of the session. Oh, no way. I mean, that's the entertainment value of it, right? That's gotta be the fun part for people to watch. Oh my god. Hey, that's my move. Sprint burst into the killer, and then evade till they whiff. Damn. If we hadn't missed those 2 skill checks, y'all. Imagine how things would have been. Is he 4-way trapping this gen so it cannot get done, or what's the... Ooh! Fine, we'll do another gen. Oh, there's a zombie there. We're gonna have to let that gen go. Bro, that was 95. If we hadn't missed those skill checks, we would be chilling. I mean, I think we're still chilling. They don't have a lot of... I guess we're not the only ones that miss skill checks. Last few matches last night, we grabbed flashlights. Trying to practice that? That's good. That's good, Chris. That's the idea. Just slap it on, and 2v8 is good to practice anything. You were in the most stressed position, and you did better than any of us would have done there at the end when you were last one standing. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was good, I think. I just didn't know what to do. That was rough. I don't think he's happy. Oh, he actually stopped to kick the gen. Okay, I do this gen. Like, I don't care. I can do any gen, basically. Don't fault that, because he trapped that pallet on the other side. Hold on. Hex! Oh, that's a double. I need to get out of here. Okay. I believe! Aw, man! It would have been so cool if I could have... Oh, I'm not dead! Wait! 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 How did I not die? He whipped me out of the trap. I'm so confused. Happy Monday, Fogbites. How was your stream yesterday? I was lurking. It looked like you were having some fun playing Billy. How did it go? You got your own auto message? Yes, Fogbite. Hello. You deserve that. We help each other out. All for you. He went to juke and then it's almost impossible to body block for someone. Yeah, but I think we could have prevented it if I had, instead of run after Georgie towards main, if I would have gone on the inside to kind of like cut him off, like closer to Shaq, then he wouldn't have to have double backed, you know? Anyway. Yeah, they added pain rest ceiling. It had to, I don't know when this happened, but that's why that gen never got done, you know? Welcome in, welcome in. Me especially know that frustration of not getting the hit tank when it's needed, yeah. And what was even more, what was unlucky after that is the second, I mean, we did scrims, right? And I practiced the build, and the build was perfect for me and my playstyle. But that build came with the beam, so I was the one with the beam in my hand, which, of course, is not optimal, because I'm not gonna make a beam save in a fucking comp match. I can barely keep my head together playing. Oh, why are we being followed? If Loftus has had that beam, he could have probably had the save too. But yeah, that's a decision we make, right? Build-wise... Build-wise, it made the most sense that the Iron Will person had the
Robert79
beam.
followed your channel.
But player-wise, it makes no sense to give me the beam, you know? Sorry, what's happened? Robert, everything's good? Oh. Go ahead, gates! Is this open? This is not open! I got saved! It's not over yet. It's over soon.
Are you good?
Not yet. Not yet. Oh, I'm not closed. All the doors are closed. Like literally.
Oh,
Who's here?
I'm here, I'm here.
Oh my god, you guys are amazing. Oh my god, the zombie's gonna kill me. Oh, the trap!
No, it won't.
Ho ho!
There we go.
The fact that nobody stepped in that trap in the gate as the two killers were there with the zombie was insane. Hey yo, GG's. Thanks
I
for
didn't
helping me
even-
out.
I didn't even notice that trap at all.
I know,
I didn't
right?
even saw where it was. I didn't even saw where it was.
The fact that I went from one closed gate to across the map to a closed gate to get escaping is insane.
Easy, easy, easy.
GG's, GG's. Sorry guys, I'm still
GGs.
catching up. You thought the notification interrupted play? No, not at all, Robert. You're fine. Thank you so much for following. I appreciate your support for the channel. Welcome in. I hope you're having a great Monday.
That was a great first match though.
Nah, really good. I enjoyed that. This is why I love 2v8. It's the chaos. I already have 3 clips. We played 1 game.
Imagine that.
Imagine. Sorry guys, where was I? Making donations to make us dump our entire inventory and move either a block or 3 blocks. Oh, we're doing it for a good cause. Okay, I guess that list is frustrating, but as a team we have a goal to raise at least 2,000 through the Minecraft session this year. I love that. That's huge, Chris. That's huge. You'll get there. There seems to be attracting a lot of attention. It looked like really fun. The only thing was trauma tech, and I promise you, if Sealy would be there, he would have yelled it. I love me a trauma tech. Last one standing, one on floor, flat out trauma tech all the way. That's what they were talking about. I didn't know what that was. I never heard about that before. But the casters, they mentioned trauma tech, and I was like, I did a trauma tech. We almost did it. But yeah. If he whips you to blue, you get untrapped. That's what happened? I didn't realize. I mean, perfect. I mean, not perfect. Hi Phoenix, welcome in. How are you? Um, I didn't realize, and also then I didn't realize that I was injured and that it was
Shout out to
all the
Fallen
things
Phoenix.
happened. All the things happened. Phoenix, how was the rest of your weekend? Welcome in, good to see you. You are enjoying TVA Billy? Nice. I appreciate you. Of course, Fogbite. No problem. Nemi's recognized other Nemi mains? Probably. Is that why he came for me? He did get a moment where he would have had that flashy save. That's it. That's the thing. Obviously, you went to that. So yes, 2 out of 3 closed doors. Like, it had to be.
I'm scared for the killer match. I can't lie.
How so? We did fine last time.
I know, but like it's the first match of the day.
Yeah.
Also, one of them is Billy, and I believe I saw Spiritora. I don't know. I'm not quite sure.
Spirit.
Yeah.
Oh no! Nice. I took this very right, I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god, they're both here. I'm so dead. Imagine if I would have made that spin. You did play against Mercs, so it's insane. Yeah, but the way, yeah. I mean, they ended up winning the tournament, right? And surely they were just better, but like, I like to think in optimizing my games to be better next time. There's a lot of pressure. We did so well. Like, we came so close to taking that. I still have BT. I'm Gucci. We're all Gucci. Thank you for the shout out. Of course. I was very poorly over the weekend. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But starting to feel better now? Okay, good. Enjoying watching your games? Okay, good. If anything, bringing a smile to someone's face is always going to be value. Oh! Oh, I almost sandbagged that Ada so hard. Do I have a... No. What's this? Blue? Oh, I do have a hook. Now who's on the fucking chests? Do a gen. Bandit, I believe he played Ace, was your old teammate 3 years ago. I mean, they had so much pressure in the game where Georgie had to play killer because those gens were flying. I was trying to think how that works because when we play, we kind of like, it's kind of always like hide until we have eyes and then jump on gens, and then there's, you know, 2 people on 1 gen. They seem to do so much more efficient on the gens. The thing, I guess, the difference is I'm just scared. Oh, I should be paying attention. I'm scared to get in chase. So I'm not as efficient. I'm playing to not be found. I'm not playing to be efficient. And if I end up in chase, so be it. Just deal with it. I do not want to end up in chase, you know? You got a clip of Chucky abusing his double hit bug or whatever, but still whiffing 3 times on you? Nah, that's so strong, June. Whenever a killer meets another killer in this mode, they should be teleported to the opposite directions of the map, yeah. Yeah, or I think someone said that, which I also thought was a really good idea, that when the killer is in a certain range, you get some sort of endurance after a first hit. So that the second hit is an endurance hit or something. Like, it should be something. You thought something was up with 2v8? Hit more than once? Yeah, and it feels like it's an audio. It's weird on audio because you hear them swing and you're like, yay, I escaped it, and then you go down. It's weird. It's weird. It's random as fuck. Run comms, you should never not know where killer is coming from. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even pay attention. I
Lucky
reached
got
the
told.
second book.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm yapping too.
No, it's okay. I was yapping as well. Don't you worry. If you see any green tonics, let me know.
Yeah, I think I only saw a blue, but I will let you know. Lucky got told too late that he was coming, and that's how he went down. Ah. Yeah, I mean, some things for improvement, but I feel good about playing that game. Yeah, so those were all my thoughts, Jill. Those were all my thoughts about the tourney game from Saturday. Survivor gains a gun and can take out one of the killers. Are you saying that my idea is too survivor-sided? Oh, shit. I don't... Oh, gamer!
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I didn't know where she was. I just wanted you not to die, basically.
Well...
We both die together. We can go next.
If we die, we die.
Exactly.
Together.
The call-outs of where he's going needs to be better. We did well. Thanks. It's good to know what your teammates are thinking. Yes. Well, I'm glad we can talk about it, you know? Because I think that's the only way to improve. My idea is too nice? Okay. Oh, no. Let's see, how much time? We play another Survivor. I don't even care. I'm just gonna go again. I'll play Survivor. I'm calling the shots today, guys. This was happening. The estimate is fake. Why did you have to crumble my world like that? Your 9-minute estimate was a 5-second queue? Well, I'm still happy that we queued up a Survivor anyway. I think it's usually shorter than what it says. That's my experience anyway. But, I'm good with it being like give or take. Estimates. Why? Always when I start understanding a killer better by playing it, I feel like the killer isn't that strong as I thought it was. Yeah. I wonder that too, Jill. I wonder about that as well. I wonder if it's a skill issue sometimes. You know? Or maybe as we understand them better, we will also be able to verse them better. I don't know. Oh yeah, you're still in your Kaneki grind? I have to change my mute button. I'm having problems with the mute unmute on my Stream Deck. It keeps bugging out. So I've changed it to a fast keybind on my keyboard, but it's not the button. It's not accessible enough to me. I need to solve that. You're for real? Multiple times it's been less than a minute? Oh, even if it said 5? Okay, well I've known it to be shorter when
Do you like
I
the
do.
outfit?
Yes, it's very good. I love it.
Thank you.
I knew it was shorter, Seely, but I didn't know it was that big of a gap. You're on Kaneki more and more, and he's just an M1. The power hit will always be easy, but then you're Trapper. You really? That is interesting. But it's really... Oh, do we make this? Really good from a learning perspective, right? Even to verse them? Who's here? Face me. I said face me. You didn't. You did some shopping for your Fong? What did you get? I was gonna see if the cosmetic with the leather was available in shards for Yunjin, but I forgot. That's basically what happened. I'm gonna have to check. We're gonna be making a new fit. Oh! Oh, he can see me. Yeah, and the kidnap tech stuff, you either hold W and make the same loop again,
Sorry, I
or
was
try to follow the
stubby lagging,
pallets.
I don't know why. And I still am a mid.
I saw that because your stream was a bit laggy, you know, as well, because it kind of froze for me, and I was like, is everything alright?
I mean, yeah, I don't know why. I'm just
Okay.
lagging.
Okay, we'll see. Could be a server, could be local internet, but we'll see, we'll see.
Yeah.
Or you
Either
just try to
that or
vault
too many, like,
the pallet
apps
after
or
him, like in
tabs
scrims.
open as well, you know.
Yeah, let me know, like, if we need to change anything, like not stream together, if that helps or stuff, we can, or not share chat, whatever. Let's see after this game, but we can adjust, you know, just to make sure your in-game experience is okay. That's interesting, Jill. But it's good to learn, and that still, I think Kaneki is most played, no? So that's definitely the killer that you want to know how to, like, counter the way that you're learning about how it works. Because I still haven't figured it out, but I also don't spend a lot of time thinking about it, honestly. What does your Fang look like? Have you seen they're finally fixing Yunjin's name? What's wrong with Yunjin's name? He needs to outsmart you with padding so he can cut you off and power and then down you. Ah, okay, that's the way to play him. But if you prevent that, okay, that's interesting. They might not talk to her Yunjin. Her name is going to be Lee Yunjin. Oh. Okay, yeah, I understand that, but also, damn. Hi, Clove. Congrats on the 1.3k followers on Twitch. Thank you so much. I couldn't believe it. We hit it this weekend. I was so happy. We've come such a long way. But it's so good, and thanks to all of you guys for making this happen. Who do you main? Oh yeah, I mainly... Yeah, that's a... Yeah, I understand. That's not what we want. We're gonna have to keep reminding people that her name is Yunjin. What we going for this Halloween is your question. We've got something going on for Halloween, Mina? Oh, you mean on objective? Well, oh, is this Huntress AFK?
Yeah, now it's fine again for some reason.
Okay, well, at least that's good, because that Huntress is just AFK over there, no? That's annoying. I didn't even notice. I've been yapping, yeah. Yeah, I was kind of, I
feel
mean,
bad for Oni.
I don't wanna, like, jinx anything. The next objective is 1500, right?
Oh, and I'm almost done with my gen. Perfect.
I don't know if there's a Halloween number for it, Mina. Like, I don't even want to think about if my objective for the year would be 2K. I'm just too scared to even think that would be possible. But I don't know. I don't know. Clove, are you playing the PTB tomorrow? What's the plan?
I'm opening the gate by shack, or like next close to shack.
Okay, I think I'm my main. I'm just doing a totem.
Just basically where I finished the last gen.
Oh yeah, okay. You play Lee, V, Laurie, Tori. In that order, Sealy.
Oh! Huntress woke up.
I read that aloud in the second Eminem song. It is. You've never tried PTB, but I finally can. Yes. I remember my first PTB. It was very exciting. You can hear it, yeah. Eminem or Lou Vega. I think we just go, right? I'm out. Are you? Oh yeah, you're out. Okay, let's go. Let's go next. I mean, Oni needs to get another game as well, and we
And
have
now
our
we're gonna
killer
kill.
game.
Now we are gonna kill.
Mm-hmm.
Are we really gonna wait for 4 seconds?
Do you want to wait for it to be 0 if if we play another Survivor game?
yeah. Oh, we have a Carlos. Here we go.
Taze, welcome in. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem. And thank you for the dance. Alright.
Let's go.
This map, yo.
Imagine if he got RPD though.
RPD kills more people than killers kill people. So for killers, RPD is not bad. I have to say.
Yeah.
Carlos
DC.
DC'd!
What did you do?
I think he ran into a zombie because I think I hit a Dwight. I don't even remember
What?
killing him, honestly. I thought it was you. I mean, as embarrassing as that was, there's no need to cry about it.
Yeah.
You feel that, DC, silly? Nemi is rough. It's the zombies. Nemi's not the problem, it's the zombies. That Lara has death hook, by the way, so if you see her, maybe you chase someone else. The Mazafaka. Interesting choice. Oh, imagine.
I found Hook Clara.
Shit, that was really good. Bro, I respect pellets way too much. I'm gonna have to switch to take care of this. Oh my god, the Dwight was still on it.
Wait, why are we are doing Loki good?
Why would you jump that? I wasn't even there, bro.
I got lost mine.
Who was it? Let me talk to them. I'm gonna call their mother. They can't be blast mining people like that.
Call me either David or Vittorio. Also, I hate to slug Vittorio a bit because David was
Vittorio
near
is a
to get-
juicer. Could be him.
I hate to slug Vittorio a bit because David was near to get the pallet save.
Mm.
So I got David
Ah.
first, then Vittorio.
Balanced landing? No? Oh man. That's a dead end. That's a zombie.
Oh my god, wait, did you equip the Nomadin Cape's dead?
Did I what? Oh my
did you
god, I'm getting
equip-
rolled.
Did you equip the Nomad?
Nah, this zombie is getting fired. Thank you.
Nice.
I had so much trouble getting her. She was so good.
I got you, I got you.
Lynx, thank you for the lurk. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well, gamer. I know you're going through a lot, but I appreciate you
would've
hanging
been
out,
for
stopping by,
these.
gamer. I really do. Big swings. Pretty, welcome in. Enjoy your daily doggo treats. Yeah, I'm with Hex today. I don't know, Dwight gave up. I think we have this in the bag, you know? Oh, Dwight's dead. Well.
Yeah, Lara also gave up as well.
Nice.
She also kind of gave up,
I mean, I
believe.
think it's over. It's 5 gens.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And it's just Tori and the boss.
Blake!
And then someone on the
Welcome
team.
in. Thank you so much for the dance. How are you? How's work today?
And Antonio. 2 people on the cage and then...
Oh my god, you're at my work. Hello? I'm at home.
Cheer 100 greetings from Jarbors Utrecht.
Greetings from the
Spread Lake 3
Yarbers.
cheered 100 bits.
Say hi to everyone over there. And thank you so much for the 100 biddies. Save your pennies, gamer. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. What's happening over here? Hello? I don't
I
even...
found the bot.
I've got the lorry. Oh my god. Oh, the hindrance on that was disgusting. No chance. Alright, gotta go back to work. Picture DM. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Tori's in the shack with me.
I'm coming, I see you.
She left the shack.
Oh, I did see her. Oh, nice.
Nice.
Mori.
We can't money now.
What? Stay in your cage. That's cheating. What?
Damn. We need to wait for them to die, and then we can money.
Oh, should we just pick him up? She wants to. I mean, it's a bot now.
Oh!
What? Nah, not the two of us arguing. As she says, the bot like gets up and runs away.
I mean, we can wait for Carlos to die.
Yeah,
It's
now it's
almost
close
dead.
enough.
You can money. You can money.
GG.
First game.
We've got an
first
ad break, guys.
game.
We're gonna run it now before we go into the next game. I appreciate your support for the channel. Please bear with. We will be right back. You were chilling in Zeronic's chat yesterday and he randomly said that every time he opens a TikTok, I'm full in for your repeat. Me too! People are crying. Some people were upset about that game.
It's just the Tommy 8 experience. I don't know what to say.
So as you know, I only play Wesker, so I'm gonna keep going. Are you good with...
I can play Nemesis. Oh.
No, I'm playing Nemi. Sorry, I can't do anything
Oh,
else.
yeah.
I don't know if this Enforcer, if that did anything. But I am just gonna keep this roll. I don't know if you want...
I don't know if I wanna
Oh, you want
do
Shadow.
Chucky or... I don't know if I wanna do Chucky or Dracula.
Okay, okay.
I might wanna do Chucky.
Yeah, go for it.
You can have Shadowy.
So I had Shadow on, and I was talking to a streamer friend of mine. She's a Nemi main, and she said because of the stomping, I shouldn't bring Shadow on Nemi. It should be either the other
Yeah.
person or bring another class. So that's why I'm switching to another class just to
Yeah.
try and see.
And also, I think the Fiend Morgan is the class where people scream when you're down.
Yeah, that's good. That's good to have at least for one person, I think. Because I find it very
Yeah,
annoying when I'm playing Survivor.
yeah, I equip that for Chucky because
Okay.
why should I equip Shadow if I'm already undetectable with a hiding home mob?
Yeah. You gotta let me know when you're away in September. If I'm not going to the conference, I'm gonna pop over anyway, probably early October. Cool, but if you aren't in the country, I'll just when I come. Okay, yeah, 100%. Of course, I love to meet up. The thing is, for our late year holiday, which is that one, we're not quite sure how it's gonna work out because we have so much stuff planned. I am going to try to get into the DBD party, right? To go to Montreal in June. And Len has a very big year. They're doing a trip with the
Also, that week
motorcycle
was
already
fine for
booked.
me.
He's
I don't
going
need
on tournaments
lag
for
at all.
rugby. Yeah, it was very chill. I was very chilling. And I didn't even
Yeah,
realize we had so much progress until you said it. I was like, wait, only 2 gens done? We have a lot of pressure here. That's good.
yeah.
So I'm not sure. It depends on several things. Also, I have to cat sit. So it's either gonna be we're either gonna be 2 weeks. We're either not gonna yes. Well, here's the things. We're gonna go yes or no. We're gonna go 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and it's gonna be either the last week of September and the first 2 weeks of October, or the last 2 weeks of September and the first week of October, but it depends on a lot of different things, Mina. So, I mean, I understand you need to do your thing and you want to know, but our plans might not be clear until late.
One of them is Vesker.
Yeah, I saw him.
Oh, Vesker and a Chucky.
Hmm.
I love that girl so much. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, that was an insane hit. I have to tell you.
of them are on my ass.
Nah, the double team now.
Yeah. The boyfriend thing.
Pookie Tech!
Oh, I spawned right next to a green tonic.
Ah, perfect.
Now I haven't been hooked at all.
Perfect. They'll never see it coming. How were your games this weekend? You were playing a lot of TVA, no?
Yeah, the games were decent, you know,
Yeah.
like normal OVA. Other games sometimes were fucking, I don't know, horrendous.
Mm-hmm. Man, that is so unlucky. Oh, whip. I should have
Oh.
dropped that. Maybe now? Yes.
On my feet.
Oh, Chucky's here too.
Yeah.
Is that all you had?
Where is he going? Wesker! Oh, this is not the way to go. There's Chucky there.
I found another green tonic.
I might need it later. He downed her. His frustration with my chase is taken out on the other survivor. Poor Arella. Oh, he's still on me. Oh! What's happening over here? I wasn't even serious. I was just making my way across the map to go get a spray, and before I knew it, he was still on my case.
Damn.
Oh, I almost had that. Nice chase.
Well,
I enjoyed that.
I might actually do.
Yeah, yeah, go for it, because I still haven't been hooked. Go for it. Oh my god, W raid. Haiti was like, no, no, I gotta get the gen. I'm like, girl, I saved you. You better heal me. Oh, Hex is the Orilla. No, where? Oh no, I was coming too late. I don't know, I'ma head out. Hi, just welcome in. How was your 12-hour stream yesterday? Happy Monday. It's automated just. I've automated it. So I just found out late last week how to do it, how to set it up and mix it up. And I put it in for everyone that I could remember is a streamer. And the last time you stopped by, I think that was Friday's, was it Saturday stream, Thursday stream? I don't know. I saw yours didn't have it yet. So as people that are streamers come by in chat, I'm slowly adding them to the automated shout out. I use Mix It Up. On Mix It Up bot, you can set it up. Mix It Up tool. And I'm going to switch to Mix It Up because there are so many features on it. I just need to look into it and I haven't had the time. It's not a Twitch function, so I set it up in Mix It Up. Which I think is like Nightbot, but with way more options, if that makes sense. I don't know if you use Mix It Up yet. There's way too many possibilities, yes. If you do have Mix It Up, I can send you how I did it. If you want to set it up. If you don't have Mix It Up, you're gonna need to look into that first. Mix It Up is pretty easy to use and there's a lot of videos how out there. Yeah, Chris, that really helps. And I've been wanting to get to dive into it. I just haven't done it yet. You know? You use Stream Elements? Yeah, so it's another Stream Element. Maybe Stream Elements could even do it. Just if you were to find a video to say like automated shoutouts on Stream Elements, maybe you can do it on there as well. And for me, it's literally set up, so I have to label it per person. And for if that person comes in chat and posts something in the chat, so it's not if you redeem something. Oh man. If you were to redeem your daily doggo treat without saying anything in chat, it wouldn't pop up. So it's related to a person saying something in chat.
Spirit as well.
Spirits, yeah. So anyway, yeah, long story longer. That's what that is. I'm done deep diving into the bots and stuff. Did that some time ago, and it's killing. Yeah. Yeah, so that's why I got into Mix It Up for 2 reasons. And one of them has been solved, and now I've done the automated shoutouts as well. She knows everything. I'm annoyed. Mix it up was easier for than stream elements? Yeah, for me too, Azrai. Oh! We're just going for it, I see. Nightbolt is usually the starting bolt. Yes, it was for me anyway. Very simple, very beginner friendly. Yes, but I'm ready for more things now. 12-hour stream was fun. Never expected to actually get to it so quickly. Oh my god. I got a haircut. What is she trying to hit? Can I heal myself? Guess not. Yeah, great DVD event. You play Outlast Trial for the first time. I saw that. That's huge. I hope it was a good time. Okay, that's fine. How is the I love doing 12-hour streams. We should do a 12. I want to do a 12-hour for getting 1.3k followers, but at the moment with the jobs, I'm not going to be able to fit that in the schedule. Like, I would do it on a Saturday, but I have to go to the horses on Saturday. So, like, when am I going to do a 12-hour stream if I have to go to the stables, you know? I'm not going to be able to fit it in. That's, I'm going to need to think about it. Maybe we'll postpone it until after. Yeah, I love doing 12-hour streams. I'm glad it was a good one. Just, how is the, I work at the Jaarbeurs, just. It's sort of like freelance, but I do events for Jaarbeurs. Event management. I don't think it's the spirit. She seems very good. Maybe the huntress. Do we have to try something? Let me find this huntress. Oh my god, those headshots. Oh, the double team. Yeah. She broke that glass! Huh? Did you hit a glass shatter? I think the headshot broke a glass on the bar.
Oh.
Did anyone see that, or is it just me? Am I making stuff up again? I'm clipping it. Oh, I need to go. We're at the Motorverse this weekend? No, but I was part of the prep for it, just. But I didn't have to work at the burst this weekend. How is the how do you call this? I saw your you reached out for a collabs about the haste builds. How is that going? Are you getting some good content? Where is this happening? No luck so far? Oh man. If I knew how to do it, I would offer to play with you. But I don't know that I'd be any good. Where is this huntress at? The gallows. Okay, okay. I know. I only had one chase though, I think. Two. Yeah, 1.5.
Yeah,
I'm just doing gens. Yapping.
I've had like two small interactions with
Yeah.
Sanchez, and now I can change with her, and she was throwing hatchets at me, and then she couldn't hit a door, and she just left.
Yeah, her aim, it's way too high.
That's me on Sanchez.
To be fair though, it's probably better to stumble upon
That's
somebody that
why
is
I
similar
like
video
that.
style. For now you're just editing your solo vids? Nice. Nice, good. Hey spills go brrr, yeah. You know what you're doing. I think we ran around the same table on the Stromo like 7 times against the Billy.
Oh shit.
I don't know, it's Lara's onto
Fucked around
something.
and find out.
I mean, that's what you do on 2v8, right? Once you get to the last gen and you have no hooks, you just start throwing, basically. Yeah. Okay, let's see if she sees me here.
Yeah. Yeah.
She has no idea. Unlucky.
Damn.
Editing like a mala. Nice, though. I have to get to editing, but I'm...
Nobody's going for me yet.
Good shout, I'm coming.
Oh, I think
I need
there are
to,
no people coming for me actually.
get some editing done. I was really
JK,
waiting on an
double.
announcement to see if they were gonna extend 2v8 or not, honestly. Because that will determine if I'm doing if I'm just gonna be doing a 2v8 video, a YouTube video, or if I'm gonna do a
I did
monthly
not miss that
and a
yet.
2v8. Because if it's only 2v8 this month, I shouldn't do 2 different videos. I should only do one.
Well,
Oh shit. And now I'm in chase as well, so I don't think I can save you.
it's fine. There are a lot of people in the game. Oh, I fought right next to us, right in front of us table.
Is this door open? No, almost.
Nice one right in front of our exit gate. Or the
Perfect.
gate.
Yeah, I'm in the gate as well.
Saber was there. Yeah, same as you.
Oh! I almost got clocked. I'm out. Hot take.
I'm out
Don't
as
extend
well.
2v8s.
GG's.
I mean, I love 2v8 just. I don't know what to tell you. I'd be down to play in some more 2v8s. GG's. No, it really does. And that's the frustrating thing, right? But that's not frustrating for me because I don't play killer. So I never have to deal with that. I never have to deal with it affecting the queue times. Basically.
Let me play some David.
Strong David. It's a very strong David. Love to see it. I think they're talking about making it a permanent mode. Oh, that would be a problem. How am I ever going to play 1v4? Except for when I'm playing with Loftus, because the man wouldn't be found fucking dead playing 2v8. But I like killer. Yes, it's okay. It's okay
We
for
have
you.
two
It's
young
not for me.
tributes in the lobby.
Okay, more Survivor. And then onto our killer game.
I already have a cat main,
It's a Wesker anemone,
or kind
at
of.
least. Yeah, sometimes you spawn in with a lullaby. That's insane. I think it's a Huntress and a Wesker.
Yeah. One of the killers is at 128 feet.
Oh god.
I'm scared. I'm scared. Oh, hello.
Hello. I'm just gonna do a gem. They're
Are
gonna
you
go for the
excited
save.
for the PTB tomorrow?
I'm excited. However, I don't really know what's coming. Except for the new map.
So there will be like a new map and then a Trickster rework as well.
Yeah.
And the aura color change as well. Just like with the scratch marks, you can change the auras.
Okay. New Survivor?
I don't think that's a new survivor.
Sealy seems to think there's a new Survivor. And reworked perks. They've not published anything yet, right? Like notes. I don't know how I'm supposed to make content when I don't know what's on the PTB, you know?
There will be
Tell
a
me.
new legendary skin for Trickster, the
Yes.
version of him.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay. If you don't want to be healed, I don't have time for you.
Now she wants to be healed. But yeah, so basically just Trickster rework, new map, reworked perks, and aura color changing as well.
Ah, Aura Color's finally coming. That's great.
Yeah. Like a different hook, different chant color, different, I don't know, survivor, oh god. I'm dead.
Does anyone else like go super quiet if you have to stealth in game? Like it's IRL? You've been so unlucky in your response, right where the killers were. I was gonna come take a hit, but I had a Huntress.
It's okay, that's great.
Hi Rebel, welcome in. How are you? Of course, Rebel, no problem.
And now I'm spectating you.
That's a lot of pressure. Let me do what I do best. I do gens. Hold on.
You're also a great hooper.
Sometimes.
All the time.
Nah, this Huntress is onto something. Hold on. Oh man. You're doing pretty alright. Weekend has been super busy and a lot has happened. Good things, I hope.
Not a double thing.
Yeah, always the double team.
I will be right back.
Yeah. Yep, 2 good things, 1 bad thing. Have you decided what you're gonna do with the festival?
I'm back.
Welcome back. To update me about that, I found another place that's owned by a superhost and it's only 1 stop away. Oh my god! Okay. Yeah, that's not an angle apparently.
And if I was stuck in that one, that's only an area.
I know. Oh! I didn't pay attention.
Close. You almost got the
However, the only thing I'll need to do is stay for 4 days since it's part of the rules by the host. I mean... Okay, that's interesting, Rebel. Just, you just have to make a decision if that's what you want, if that's what you can afford. I know you were running out of options to find something. So, even though it's 4 days, it could be interesting. So better than nothing? Yeah.
That almost got him as well.
I know.
How did he not saw you at all?
I think he's very focused on trying to get this down on the Rebecca.
Yeah, because she's on then on hook as well.
Oh, this is a shitty angle. What do you think? Pellets? Yes.
Nice.
I think that he's on ping. Did you see the delay on that?
Full screen.
Shit.
Nice try.
Oh man, she spins so fast. The festival should end at 11 and the train operating until 1, so I might have a chance. Yes, you do have a chance. Yeah. I don't know if you've been to many festivals, Rebel. The problem with making those times usually is
The Wesker is the one
the walking distance
who was
when you're in a crowd. You know, when you're at the festival train, you have to make it to the exit. That takes a lot of time.
That was really good. Oh, are we gonna wait for 0 seconds?
0 seconds. We're gonna have to.
I think so. It's been past 0 seconds. What do you mean?
Yeah, it's almost to a point where it's unacceptable, and we should play another Survivor game.
Yeah.
0 seconds too long. Cue Survivor. That's what we're saying. Not saying 5 days for this is a bad thing. Just something to note if I end up staying there. Yeah, but I mean, if is it before the festival or after the festival? Because after the festival, I don't think it's a bad thing because you're gonna need time to recover. Because it's gonna be exhausting from the walking and the standing and all of the sounds. If it's the day after, it would actually be kind of a chill thing. You can just relax, you know, watch some TV, go through your pictures, maybe contact some people that you met. And if it's before, you're just gonna have to do something, maybe in the area or something touristic. You know, make sure that you fill your days with something that you wanna do. But that all sounds very positive. That all sounds very positive, Rebel. I'm glad.
Oh god, not this map. Oh, a green tonic.
Nice. Get that out of the way.
I did.
Let's see who's here.
You didn't saw nothing.
No, I didn't see it. It's fine.
I found another green tonic.
How many is there in a game? Do we even know?
I don't know.
I mean, 2 gone is good. Who's here?
Two gone, 2 are gone though, for sure.
That was never gonna hit in a million years. I'm annoyed.
I got her. I'm on the
Oh, that was too far. Blast mine. That shit gets tricky. It's been festival in the past. Look for a train on time when I was leaving back home in 2018. Luckily, the trains were reimbursed by the company who hosted, so they covered. Okay. What's going on over here? Holy distance. happening?
Why am I on a roll? What the fuck is happening?
Nah, you're just too good.
Hey Chelsea, look at how many hooks I got.
Yeah, I know. Very good. You might be Chucky main, you know.
I did used to play Chucky a bit. Before 1v4.
Nice. Someone dead? Oh, wow.
Damn.
Found a blue tonic. Meg, dress to impress?
You're not
Not my
gonna finish
P50
one
Meg. Dress to impress, dress to impress. Okay, I'm gonna get on that switch. Thank you for the redeem. Tell me.
Nancy found the blue tonic and she was healing.
Mm-hmm.
I was behind her, and when she got the blue tonic, I grabbed her from that.
Oh
And-
my
and she-
god.
and at the same exact time, she got the blue tonic off.
Really? Wow, that's good
Yeah,
timing.
like,
There's someone
I
running
think-
into
I
you?
think
It's
so.
that guy,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
The Tubarão. Disable? Oh, no, never mind. She's jumping from the main. Oh, you're already over there. Okay, let me see if I can get this guy.
I got last night.
Who's here all the time? No one. Because frankly, I was thinking about going for 2 days, but an extra 2 isn't that much of a problem. Okay, good. That's great. Granny, welcome in. How are you?
Hi, thank you.
That's excellent, Rebel. That's great planning. Granny, how was your weekend? Welcome in. Happy Monday. Gorgeous. You're sick? Canceling stream this week? Oh no, Granny, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better soon. Please look after yourself. What's with this gen? Who's on it? Nobody? It's all Hex, Glenny. It's all Hex. He's carrying. I'm annoyed. Nope. I'm annoyed! Just gonna lurk, relax, and sleep? Yes, Granny. I appreciate you stopping by and coming to say hi. Please get some rest. I hope you feel better when you wake up. That chase was way longer than it should have been. Very annoyed.
I need to leave this table. She's gonna love me for 3 other
I'm there.
chance, and
Let me
I
see.
don't like that.
Yeah, no, that's not good. That's okay. Oh, I found it a gem with progress here. Hold on.
Never mind. She ran into me. I'm gonna get her.
Perfect.
Oh my god, the fucking fog fast.
I don't know what that was.
I got her finally.
Ah, good job. Casually doing a gen mid-chase? Couldn't be me. Hi, Drummer Witch. Welcome in. How are you? Happy Monday. Good morning. How was your weekend? Oh, that was very good.
Tell me why I wanted to break a chain.
Tell me why. Oh, believe me, I've done worse. That was very close.
I got her from there.
Perfect.
I haven't seen none of the whole game at all.
Oh, I saw him. Oh, double back into nothing. Wonderful. Okay, I've watched you whip. Can you now nay nay? Unlikely. You met a girl on the way when I was asking for protection. We got exchanged our IG accounts. Oh, cool. That's exciting. Speaking about the weekend, I got to travel to another town by train. Visited the skate shop. Nice.
The guys will be spawning now. Or actually no. 3 people are in the fog. Sorry. I thought the Varao was dead.
It looked like it was gonna, that we were getting there already. I think Alan's been hiding a lot of the game, I have to tell you.
Yeah. I don't think he has been doing anything. I found 2 of them. I'm gonna go for the Sable though.
I hear someone. No, I'm making stuff up. Had their own cafe. I haven't got to check out their workshop where they.
Spawning now.
Hold on.
I found 2 Varao and 1 hatch.
I've got a hatch as well in the
I
car
love this
park.
game. So, para when we
I
are
see you.
attacked,
I see you. Check the
him.
workshop where they fix skateboards and chatted with the people. Nice. That sounds like a great weekend.
I'm gonna body him.
Yeah, go for it.
W7K.
Enjoy your daily doggo treat,
First
Drummer Rich.
large
Thank you
8K,
for
and then he's
the
on
redeem.
7K.
Nah, we're too strong. We're gonna have to go again.
We are.
Go more tunnels. Okay, we're reporting this person. Crack that whip. Okay, I'm going again. I have to find a Megan fit for Swish. Weekend was lovely, wonderful. I'm glad
And
to hear,
also,
Drummer
to be
Witch.
fair, I did hooked her, and then
I don't
I couldn't
think
see anyone.
that's
I
it.
couldn't see anyone at all, and there were 3 other people who were just, I guess, hiding.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
she was, and I saw the zombie going for someone. I'm come there, and she was in the fucking locker. Like,
Yeah, like what you're
hello.
what you're supposed to do.
Like, do you want me to leave you? No.
Okay, let me see what we can cook here real quick. I mean, this is gonna be very, very good, no? Oh my god. Oh, I don't own this top, I don't think. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? How do you like it, Swish? What do we think? Masterpiece? What's happening? I did have the pig head, I saw it. But I'm going with the blue hair, apparently. Approved? Wonderful. A 6.7? Yeah. If I had more time. I mean, look at her. This is some excellent, excellent mech gaming.
Ooh, it's a Billy. I don't know to loop a Billy, but I don't know to loop Billy into V8. I'm gonna tell you that.
Yeah. When there's a lot of pellets, it's easier, eh? Ghostface.
Yeah.
Let me gen
He's
rush.
AFK. Oh, never mind.
No, he was chasing the Steven, but he's had enough. It was a mistake, wasn't it, chasing the Steven?
Damn.
I'm going for the unhooks.
I joined the Cage theme.
Team Cage.
Yes, yes.
The double heal under hook. The things you could do when you're double healing and people choose to use it under a hook to heal when there's no killer around. I love that. Bed safe. Bed safe, bed safe, bed safe. That's official. Celia, did you see it? It counts as a bed save, right? I fell from great heights. It counts. Guys, I've never made a bed save before. Oh, David!
I spawned next to a bean totem. I spawned next to a bean totem. I mean, not totem, sorry. But then the table was there and you're right in front of me.
Oh,
And I
no.
was the cage and she took it.
You did a bed save today? Well, this one counts too. But I will celebrate yours with you. What map were you on? Dead dog? Did you fall off main and get a save? What's a bed save? Where you jump off of something and get a beam save. Like you jump from great height into the scene and you point your flashlight and you get the save. Oh, you beamed it mid-air. Nah, that's very strong. Start of the game? Let's go. Was it on 2v8? I didn't even know which way the Billy was facing when he picked. I was guessing. Damn, this is really good. Did you clip this? Don't tell me clips were off, gamer. Don't tell me. I don't want to hear it. Message the new host? Good. Slasher, be mindful. Be mindful, Slasher, that if you don't hear from them, there's a chance that someone else books this Airbnb, okay? Because there's still people looking for places to stay for the festival. Oh, shit! Damn it! I wanted to give payback and I got rolled!
Is he being nice?
Nah, he's just a bigger person. I was humping me, so I went for a beam
Yeah,
save,
so
and I was early. And I started the teabag already, celebrating the beam save, and then he got me with an M1 again. I think he can respect
Damn.
the banter. That's, I think, what was happening over there. But I really have no business being this game. Alright, let me see. When we spawned in, there was a green tonic in a bush, and it was maybe here.
I'm dead.
I don't know. Get me out of this game. Just be mindful, Rebel. If you wait too long trying to get something, I know this is your first time booking. Fuck. And you want some security? I'm just saying, there's a chance that you don't get the security that you want.
Oh wait, I forgot that you were playing as Meg.
I have nothing here, by the way.
He thinks you can see him.
Nice. That bloodlust. M1 again. No. I don't make it back to the pallet. I'm sick. Nice, GG. He's just better.
Yeah, GG.
Yeah, he's just better. I'm gonna need a quick toilet break, but we can load back in.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm gonna run a quick ad break, guys. We're gonna run it now before we go into the next game, so you don't have to miss anything. We will be right back. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. I'm back, gamers. I'm back. He didn't enjoy the fit. I think he did, Swish. I think that was the whole... Hey, yo, there he is. GG. Billy, I got rolled. I have to say, I got rolled. I can respect it, though. How have your games been going? I appreciate you stopping by. I punish you? Nah, you did. You really did. You're just better. I, had a, redeem from my good friend Swish here to find a good Megan outfit to play. So that was what that fit was. And it made me feel very, very cheeky. I thought maybe I could handle this Billy. I was wrong. But I had a lot of fun. I hope you're getting good points from 2v8. And that you're having a great Monday. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you, Rebel. I need to do something about this beam situation. It's taking me too long to have to readjust since I'm on controller if I'm not aiming it right from the start. Thank you, thank you. And I wonder if it's a sensitivity thing, but also I don't want to fuck up the rest of my games, but I'm struggling still with the beams. If I can do it in one go, if my aim is like in the correct spot, I get it. But adjusting it on controller is so hard for me. It's either going way too fast up in a different direction, or it's not going fast enough. Yeah, the beams. See, if I get it in one go, it's fine. But if I have to correct it, Swish, it's too long. It takes too much time. Oh. Lake, thanks for stopping by. 2 hours to go and 4 meetings. Hooray, Mondays. Okay, okay, I understand why you said Mondays aren't good. That's a lot of meetings for a Monday. Yeah, you have to pre-aim. Yeah, but I can't always, when I'm stressed and when I have to take quick action. Oh! She had it! She's amazing! I can't always do that. I mean, I guess maybe that's how it is. You can't correct. It goes to the moon? Yeah. Okay. So... that's just how it works. And I'm gonna have to accept it. That's okay. The only correcting you can do is like move closer or move away. And it's tweaks more than correct. Correct. Okay. I feel like they're both there. Do you want to heal? Are you just running? Couldn't we do that? Couldn't we have done this at Shack, Gamer? That's a long way to run. Oh, you're finished at the Hourbearers? Nice. Yes. He has a tile. He doesn't want to use the tile. It was a stretch. It was a stretch to begin with. Tree tech? Oh. I don't know where I'm going, by the way. I don't make it to the window. I'm sick. Oh. Whoa. Yeah, that was weird. Hello, zombie. Yeah, it was already a problem when I went up there, and then the beam. You could have had it. Oh, unlucky. Wonderful. I don't have enough juice. Damn.
I'm dead.
Oh, I'm so hindered. Oh my god, he is so bamboozled.
Not to give you pressure, but I'm spectating you.
Oh, you didn't see the zombie hit, did you? That was very...
No.
Okay, good. That didn't happen, by the way.
I was just went into spectate mode and I see you grabbing the med kit.
Nothing happened. Oh my god.
Don't let them keep you again.
They're all over me, those guys.
They want you.
Hmm. Where are we genning? Nobody's on gen. They're dead. What you got? Beams? Medkits.
Oh, that's that was trauma. You're traumatized now. You saw Dustin die.
Yeah, it was not good.
The other person that isn't dead.
I think all the gens are over there. And except for that gen
Yeah,
that
I
I
think-
was working on, but that has 2 zombies camping it.
Yeah, I think so as well. I'm assuming that's why
Oh,
they
sorry,
are
gamer.
they are not doing any chance.
I don't make that.
Zombie for the speed boost.
Yeah. Imagine. Oh, he's actually following? Why would you go here? You've gens to protect, gamer. Beam?
Oh god. Oh god.
What is happening?
Zombies
They're just
and
everywhere.
NPCs all over.
No!
I think he could have smoked that.
Yeah, I think so too.
But he chose
I don't make
he
it.
chose- Oh.
We got a flashbang save, I'm happy.
Nice. We can wait for 1 minute.
Yeah.
This wasn't even a minute.
Nah, this was very little seconds.
Yeah. Oh my god, we have 30 on Sinaloa. Me?
What does it mean? You gonna tunnel them?
No. I don't know. Well, maybe that's Clouded, but other than that, no. I'm scared. These guys are gamers for sure. They readied up immediately. Everyone. Ooh, what PD?
Let's go.
We manifested this.
Mm-hmm, we did.
I'm gonna go from downstairs, you go from upstairs. You know?
Mm-hmm. They're already working on balcony.
I grabbed Alan from the chest.
Excellent. Excellent, excellent.
Steve got hit by a zombie.
No, by me? I was already on the case. Oh,
Oh,
holy sweet. She had no idea. Gorgeous. Clueless. Completely clueless. Zero awareness.
Yeah. Oh, I found a green tonic.
Let's go. You take that shit. It's ours. Oh, hello. That was you.
Don't die.
I swung. I swung.
You know, he's scary.
I can't. You did great work, but you're in my way. Get out of my way. It was the zombie, sorry.
The Saberlot is flawless as well, the other one. One of the Saber was AFK. I killed one of your zombies because he was
Yeah, it's fine.
They found another green tonic.
Nah, you have such a good eye for them. It's insane.
Two green tonics down.
Time on enjoy daily doggo treat. Welcoming. Good to see you.
When the green tonics are usually in this map. Alan doesn't have scratch marks. He doesn't have scratch marks, but I still follow his rules of blood, and I got him.
Gorgeous.
I'm behind you.
Mm-hmm. I can't be asked. Why is everybody greeting pellets? I'm sick. Hello?
I got last line.
I'm panicking. It's official.
Attention alien army, we do have a raid incoming. I repeat, a raid incoming.
Hey yo!
Image 0 STI3 rated your
Ghosty
channel with
with the
32
raid.
viewers.
Let's go! Welcome
Attention
in!
alien army,
Oh
we
my
do
god,
have a
Penguin!
raid incoming. I repeat, a raid incoming.
What is this? Double raid? Hold on, let me catch up. No, I miss you, Ghosty. Thank you so much for the
Ex-Penguin
raid.
Alex rated your
That
channel
wasn't
with
planned,
7
by the
viewers.
way. Nah,
Then
that's the luckiest. That's the luckiest double raid I've ever had in my life. You guys, welcome in. Thank you so much for choosing me to raid and taking your communities here. Hold on, I'll catch up with chat in a second. Killer is Killer Games. It's rough gaming, guys. I have to pay attention. But I'll do my intros while we figure this out together. My name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm an official Dead by Daylight content creator. I'm from the Netherlands. I hate this game! I'm a survivor main. I have 17 P100s. I love playing Dead by Daylight, except when I have to play Killer. When I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. I work at a horse's stables. Welcome everyone. I hope everyone is well. You were here, but you're here double. I saw you, Granny. You are here double. Rebels in here to double. Neffy, hello. Good to see you. How are you? How was your weekend? Oh. It's over. Ghosty, how was your stream? Waze, good to see you. Welcome in. Hi, Snuggly Bean. Ghosty0725. Good to see you. Welcome in. Where are they going? I'm gonna go maybe kick this gen. I don't know. Penguin, how were your games? Ghosty, how was Stardew Valley? Penguin, how was DBD? Were you on that 2v8? Did you play Survivor or Killer? Oh. Killer games are so stressful. Hold on. Did I just know everything? Beautiful. I deserve that. No pellets. Oh, here's a god pellet here still. Oh, this is too long. Zombie kill him. Big kill. Who else is here? Garlic? Welcome in, welcome in. It was good, but it's snowing. Oh my god, I heard about the snow, Neffy. I heard about it. I hope you're safe. Which door? What's happening? Close hatch today, please.
He was the last one alive. Leona was chasing him.
Yeah, I heard the hatch, so I was like, oh, let me close this before he runs there. Hey, GG, sorry, that was not my best game. I missed so
It's
many
okay, don't worry.
things.
Don't worry. It's fine.
Congrats on getting 1,300 followers. Thank you. I appreciate that. Stream was amazing. Having a lot of fun. Wonderful. I'm glad. I'm glad that you're back to streaming. How is work, Ghosty? Trying to grind perfecting a game. You'll have such a good time. It's such a great game. Penguin, you had you played Survivor and Killer. You had good matches. Good. Do you want to do one more rotation, Hex, or do you want to go Survivor? I can do one more. I think I want to redeem myself.
Yeah, we can
For that
do
one.
one more.
Okay, cool. We're gonna do.
Figuring out who to play.
Okay, take your time. We're gonna do one more Killer rotation, and then we're gonna open up the lobby Survivor from there on. Fun Huntress games. Oh, let's go, Penguin. You are
Really
on that
want, I wanna
Huntress
play
grind.
Dracula. I haven't played
That's
that game
great.
in a while.
Rain and run off to sleep. I understand, Ghosty. I appreciate you taking your community here. Gamers, we're going to be
This
live
is
for a
gonna
couple
go
more hours on
really
DBD
bad
if you want to
today
hang out.
for me.
It's lurker friendly here
Going
if you want to
with me.
just chill. You're fine here. We will look after you. Ghosty, get some rest. Work is slow. Okay, you're not getting many shifts. It's a bit tricky as I feel like I can't plan anything for the day. Oh, that's frustrating. Go get some rest, Ghosty. We'll catch up soon. Thank you again for taking community here. Penguin, how was your weekend? What are you up to for the rest of the day? How is your internship going? And also, gamers, my amazing friend Nevi streams.
Shout out to Neve
Also a streamer. Please go check her out. We have all the friends here. Did I already put this in my story? I don't remember.
P60 chill. Let's go.
Let's go!
From P56 to P60 now.
So much progress. GG's.
Yeah.
Lots of
Now I
points.
Now I have both Leon and Chill at P60.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I'm doing them both to V100 at the same time.
Oh, nice. Such a grind, though, doing two at the same time, but that's pretty cool.
Yeah. It is a lot.
Hi, V. Happy Monday, welcome in. How are you? Enjoy your daily doggo treats. Lake, welcome back. We dance. I gave up on two at a time. Really, Glenny? It's not rewarding enough. Or is it because you have so many games to play that you can't progress them quick enough? Yeah, two at a time. I mean, I'm doing it, but it's because it works for me. I feel like I'm making more progress. Did you see the DM? I just was it the picture? Or no? Yeah, I sent a little heart. Where am I? Why am I mouse and keyboards? I don't know how to play Survivor mouse and keyboard. What am I doing? Bro, the way that I thought it was a singularity, because we've been having 3 singularities in the last 3 days. Because I saw the chest and I was freaked out. Deathslinger.
One of them is first.
Deathslinger. At check.
Also, it's a Dingslinger and a Veska. Do you think this one is blind?
Not yet, but also this map has no good hiding places.
Yeah.
It would have been better on that dog. Hi. Lee, help me. Me and 2 other colleagues inside the Arborverse? Yeah, I saw.
They both double tapped me.
Yeah, they were both there. That's annoying.
I'm under the pallet.
Are they gonna get nervous? What's Wesker doing? Oh, no.
He's
Damn.
picking up. Veska might not have enough protection.
Okay. Sable. Oh, well, I can't save you now. Well, first I got sandbagged, and then I almost got killed. Nope.
I see. I'm gonna try to stay close as much as I can. Or either a flashbang or a flashlight save.
Nice. Oh, he's a hog techer. Hold on.
Oh, he knows.
Sorry.
He knows. I think he saw me.
No. It's not fast enough to have to do 2 actions.
Yeah.
Annoying. Oh, he's still on me. Okay. Your Jin. Chaos.
Oh, and now I'm being tunneled. Let me just be moving.
I'll see you.
Did you get it? Imagine.
I
If-
did.
Nice.
I did get it. I'm not dead just yet. I'm not dead just yet. Imagine he got flashbang. Got that thing on there.
Yes, that would have been so cool.
Absolute cinema.
Mm-hmm.
We are still in the game.
Oh, this is
Now
very
I just got a
unfortunate.
rat.
Okay, he doesn't want me. Good.
Now I can run. Now I'm on that move.
Gorgeous. He sees me, right?
More.
Something's telling me he does. I don't know though.
Oh my god, I hate this map. I hate this map. I hate this map. What is this tree doing here? I hate this map, y'all. You can't go anywhere, and then there's a bush in the way, and you're trying to loop something, and then there's a tree in the way. It's frustrating as fuck.
I got you. Wait, I have a present. Hold on. Let me just. There we go.
Happy
That's
New
my-
Year! Thank you. Wonderful.
Yes. Oh god.
Do not defend this tree, Swish. I will be cutting it down very, very soon. Watch out for trees crossing the road. The loops are too long. And then there's a fucking tree there. I'm gonna be mad. That's just how it's gonna be. Living his best life, being hated. That's not the task of a tree. This tree needs to go back to not be in my way. And that's final. Oh my god, I didn't mean to do that. That's the thing with the fucking key rebinds. I tried to drop the can, and I just don't know which button it is. I just don't know which button it is. Someone planted a tree in your pathway. Unheard of. Like, people shouldn't be doing that. People should not be doing that. Oh, come on. Fuck my life. Get me out of this game. I'm ready. Just come and take me.
When you're trying to finish that gen,
Yes. That gen was 99.
Yeah, I was like seeing you going from the gen, and then you get blast mine, and then once the blast mine dead, see you go from the other way.
Man, I forgot about. I didn't realize it was blast mine and that you get blinded from that as well. I probably would have finished it in his face if I hadn't gotten blinded, but yeah, it was not to be.
Yeah.
That gen was 99. 99. Why is he just... Oh my god. He's just holding them for his friend to come and down them. Yeah, Wesker's on my ass. This is over. Fuck. Not today, bucko.
Skinny. You're the skinny.
Oh, this is one of those fucking loops again where I get stuck. Oh, Treely. Bitch. 50 years ago, some guy, I'm a plant a tree here just so Mike will up. What do you mean 50 years? This game is not even 50 years old. Nah, I'm just annoyed.
I'm scared to play Dracula. I don't know why. I haven't played as him in a while.
The game is only 10 years old. How could someone have planted that tree 50 years ago is my question.
I low-key hate this map, even Killer and Survivor in this mode.
Yeah, you do? Oh, I don't. Yeah, it's definitely not my favorite, but it's not my worst either.
And it's definitely not ready for 38, it's small.
Wesker Oni, doubling.
Yeah. 411. I'm doing the main chain.
He doesn't know. We're finishing this. That's huge. 2 gens done.
Nice. Perfect. And I'm also high with my chain. I'm doing the main one.
Ha! And they picked her up as well. Wait, did they? No. That was an unhook. She's just on the floor here. Ah, now she's up. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect.
I got the main chain done.
Beautiful. That's some good genning. And the down from the Oni got picked up because he was slugging. That's huge.
There's another chain that's halfway on the by the hill by main.
Nice.
I'm doing it. I don't know why I suddenly feel so comfy, like, I don't know.
What do you mean, like the game 2v8 or?
I don't know, I just want to do the chance for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't
Okay.
know why.
Yeah. I mean, it's just it's a good thing to be June gens. No stress. Generally, you progress the game.
Meska
Oh.
is on me.
Yeah. Oh, is he?
Never
Because he
mind,
changed.
yeah.
Yeah, he changed to the gen.
I can heal myself. I saw a blue turning up in the main.
Oh. No chance.
Oh, hi. I wasn't right into Wesker.
Yeah. Yeah, he ran into the chase with the Oni. You in chat?
Yeah,
Alright.
kind of close. So yeah.
Oh my god, that scared the crap out of me. The Oni is there as well. I'm sorry, I have to leave.
Yeah, it's okay.
Holy jump scare, bro. Like,
I'm under the button.
I know. It's not coming up for me! Wrong side! And she missed the pallet, the blind.
It's okay. It was like we chilling.
Oh my god. That scared the crap out of me, that Oni coming up from behind as I was on the gen. Holy hell. I was watching you and the chase in the Wesker and I was like, okay, what we're gonna do here? And then there was a silent Oni. Holy hell.
I wanna play, but at the same time, his gameplay feels weird. So I don't know.
Okay, there's just never an angle, that's fine.
I think that
Oh my god, that was very stressful. Oh.
they both want leveled up to me.
Why are you looking at me? There's no one here. This Dustin.
Oh, was that a sale?
I didn't see. I don't know, I didn't see.
No, I mean, need to go to save. That's what I meant.
Yeah, I didn't see. I was on the hook. I didn't see if it was saved.
Oh, yeah. Oh my god, you scared me.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Oh, they're both there.
Yeah.
They're going the other way though. No, Wesker's coming here.
I'm gonna try to finish this gen.
I ran into him.
Well, I'm dead as well.
Yeah, the double team, it's hard.
I'm dead.
I don't have a whole lot longer to live either. Yep. Oh, let me sandbag.
Not bad.
He's also Deathhook. That's very unfortunate. At least they're not. He's not with Oni this time.
That is true.
I need to go finish that gen. That had so much progress. He didn't kick it.
Yeah, he didn't kick it. That's good.
He's gonna come back here.
Definitely, yeah.
Justin, you protect me. Take a hit.
Nice. Hey, that works too.
It worked. Who's on me and why? Is it Wesker? Be honest. Who's over there?
Wesker. I thought that survivor was Wesker.
Me too! Oh, he's here. Ooh. Nice, that was really good. Unlucky. Nah, altruism kills, man.
I thought that Jane was Wesker. I don't know why.
Do we add it as a quote, V?
These really go either really good or really bad for me. I haven't played as Dracula in a while, and I'm scared.
Oh, no quotes. It doesn't seem. I don't know why that's not working. Quote must be enabled? Why are they not enabled? I'm not even sure where to turn that on or off. Or how that will work. I need to look into that. Okay, killer. Let's go. Okay, let's go.
Yeah. I'm scared.
Hmm. The zombies are gonna help us. Their check. Hello. Yeah, I knew that. To get the vault here. I swing! Bow. Bro, the way I almost lost a survivor is insane. Hi, Ochi! Happy Monday, welcome in. Get him. Yes, yes, yes. I'm on the case. Bitch. You love Nemi on 2v8? I love Nemi always. But the zombies on 2v8 are gold. Teamwork. Hi, Alice. Welcome in. How are you? Is that your teammate? Yes. Are you ready to get games in? Enjoy your daily doggo treats, Alice. Thank you for the redeem. How are you? I've seen some. I've seen some clips. Some. Artist clips on the socials lately. Video gaming again. Yoshi, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem. If you have an inside map, the zombies are ridiculous. Yeah, I know. It works both ways though, because I also get body blocked by them in the hallways. But yes, it's very frustrating. Where are we going, Caitlin? Where did we just run in? Hey girl, hey, I'm good. You just got home, how are you? I'm super excited to get together. Me too. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Ad break. I did not see that. I'm sorry. I don't know who can still hear me. Oh my god, new PC. Hi Corvus, welcome in. Oh my god, I'm so sorry guys. Not everyone coming in after during the ads. No, you're fine. We've said this in advance. We can just try to kill her and it's good. Like, it doesn't help that I'm not the type to carry on killer, you know? Otherwise it wouldn't be such a big difference.
It's okay.
Sorry gamers, I had listen, it had given me a 10 minutes warning. So I snoozed it and I was like, well, it's gonna come back with a 5-minute warning later so I can snooze the ads again. That did not happen. I'm sorry you got stuck in ads. Anyway, Alice, what I was saying is, I've been seeing some artist clips from you on the socials. Are you back on the grind? New PC? That's so exciting. Corvus, welcome in. Sorry, guys, for the ad, Jill. Sorry. Nice down.
That did not frighten me at all.
That's good, because I actually gave her the speed boost, so I almost like... Wait... Holy distance, y'all. Holy distance. I'm not looping Shaq, she can forget about it. Yeah, speed burst right into my arms. Thank you. I like easy downs, guys. I don't like downs that I have to work for.
I'm always having out the field, but you know what? At this point, I don't care.
How goes
I just
DBD?
wait. Oh. Fuck. I got a pallet saying.
Your PC can handle streaming right now. Oh, that is so unfortunate. But new PC on the way, that's good. You've been gone for a bit, but slightly back on the content and artist grind, that's great. I love that though. It's good to be back though. It's gotta be. I'm happy to have you back anyways. I don't even have my tier fucking 2 up. This is a mess. This is just a mess. It's the wings, gamer. You can see them from miles away. You just woke up? Did you get some rest, gamer? Welcome in, my duo. How are you? Okay. Nice try. Yeah, looking forward to gaming with you, Alice. And we may, like, if you're actually coming back and if you have time, we may need your help for some other tourney stuff that we're doing. Oh, this Bale's a juicer. I am not in the mood for this. Maybe you play some killer for us? So we can practice? Of course, let me know and cool. Thanks. You've been sleeping too much? I've been sick for a while. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. It's going around, Corvus. I hear a lot of people say that they've been sick and that there's things. Yeah, I'm literally don't care. I literally don't care. No, I don't care. I don't know what's happening. Run to the pharmacy, BRB? Alright. Beautiful. Good teamwork, love to see it.
Yeah. She's dead.
The other two are out. I see a Bill and a Yui at the gate. That was Bill. I don't know where the Sable is. Hi, Sense. Welcome in. Nice try. My name's not Diddy. I don't know who you're talking to. GG's. Yeah.
We gonna
Alright.
do open lobbies now?
Shout out to Elise from hell.
Yes. Let's go, Survivor.
Yes, yes.
Over the stream. After you and I took a nap. Okay, well, good. There they are. I hope you're feeling better, Corvus. Run to the pharmacy, be big. Okie dokie. Thank you for shout out. Of course. I'm on the automated shoutouts. And I'm trying to put them in as people come by so I remember to include everyone. So next time. Oh, yours was already in there, no? Am I making stuff up? You feel a lot better. Work tomorrow? Okay, okay, good. Then at least you're well enough in time to go back to work. You want in, Seely? Is that what you're
Do
saying?
you...
Let's back out. I think Seely wants to join.
Yeah. I was gonna ask if you wanna back out because of Sealy. Sealy, get your butt in here.
Oh, no. He said no. Okay, then what's already on mean? Nah. We got baited. Let's go.
Sealy hates us, confirmed.
I was saying she was already... Oh, she was already on. Ah, okay. Thank you, thank you. You didn't bait shit. That's not how I saw it. Sealy baked. If people knew me, they knew you're on WoW. I thought you were gonna say, if people knew me, they knew I would never do that. That's a lie. I have double shoutouts now? The exclamation mark shoutout is now giving a Nightbot shoutout and a Frosty Tools shoutout. Something is not going right here. Something. The dual terror sound gives me a horrible headache, so I still have to lurk, but I got you, Tad, my queen. Thank you, Alice. I appreciate you. Glad to hear that you're on your way back, and I do look forward to gaming with you. It's time. We have to help the girls because Dahlia and Stunty are new to comp and like tourney stuff. So we really need to get a date on the calendar to play. I think Christy said after Sunday because she still has another tournament. Can't wait. We'll get it all sorted. Yes, yes, yes. Good. I'm looking forward to it. Thanks for stopping by. Technology. Oh my god, Corvus. I went live yesterday. And I have my intro, right? I have my little intro, and then I just click on my Stream Deck, and it takes me to the video when I go live. And my mic was off, so I tap it, you know, because I can mute it and unmute it like this. So I tap my microphone for it to unmute, and it doesn't work. And I just like showed myself on camera, and I was like, I couldn't say anything to anyone. Technology, yeah, it was not good. I didn't understand why he didn't go for the gen. He did now. Oh, he sees me. Yeah. Where am I going? We just distract, right? Oh my god, barrels in the way. Oh! Bro! Why are we picking up facing people? And that hits too. Deep breaths. Deep
The
breaths.
other one is lighted, he's AFK.
Oh. That's the second time. That's the second or third game that we've only had one killer, no? When the other one's been AFK.
Yeah, I think second.
That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate.
I'm gonna do the Jenny first on the light. Poor Chucky.
I don't think there's such a thing as a poor Chucky, I'm not gonna lie. I managed to put some of her Discord servers into a folder and trying to figure it out. On the mobile app was a mess. No, for real, you can't get anything done on mobile, Corvus. Like, period. Anything that you need. Imagine. Now that was a save and a half. I'm going again. Nope. I've clipped it, V. I've clipped it. I know he's solo. It was kind of bullying, but also I was salty about that down earlier. Very nice. It was a great save. I didn't think it was going to hit because of the elevation difference. How's the games been going? I'm getting frustrated. But I think it's because we had 2 really good killer games and then 2 not as good killer games, and then, you know, I got frustrated. That's why I don't play killer. But we're getting back in there. I wanted to do a long stream today. I want to play 2v8 before it ends. Is there any word about extension? It has been past 5. Usually they do announcements. I don't think it's gonna get extended, and it's good because I need to get back to 1v4 and to the pip grind. It's been rumored, yeah.
I feel bad for
That's
Chucky.
because they've always been doing that, right? Upgrades. Except for the last time. They didn't do it last time. I don't think it gets extended this time either. Well, we'll see. I'm
just gonna leave.
Yeah, me too. You got your cup and your biscuit? Oh, nice, Yoshi, nice. Not the frustration. Back to the horsey game. Yoshi, I played a second playthrough of that demo because I enjoyed it so much. And I didn't manage to get all the rewards. So I'm gonna play again. I was in touch with the dev team
That was
for it.
unfortunate.
Yeah, that's unlucky. If you're loading as one killer, you don't have a chance, right? That's very unlucky.
Yeah.
To talk about like release and if they have a date, and there's no date. It's gonna be months before that game releases, and I'm like, no, I need this now. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It was a drive-by fleshy. It was. Cool streamers don't look at explosions or something like that. Yeah. If I look at the explosion, Corvus, I get blinded too, and then you don't see it. So you have to look away. You're not here when it's extended? Oh. I mean, you're doing something else fun? I want Chaos Shuffle back. They do Chaos Shuffle fewer times than 2v8. We have a good chance, though, that we get Chaos Shuffle before the summer event, though. We got Blood Moon first in April, I think. That's too bad. You really like 2v8. It's fun to watch. Yeah, it's GG's. I do like it. I like it, too. Are you going out of the country for Blood Moon again? No. In fact, the problem is the planning, right, V? Like, they never announce... They never announce early enough when it's gonna go down. But I'm calculating that it's gonna be April again, just like last year. And I'm working until April 3rd. So if it starts the week after, I'm canceling everything else. Like, I'm canceling everything. Months for that game is criminal. I know, but also it's giving me high hopes, Yoshi, that they're gonna add so much more stuff to it. It was a great demo. Like, I played it for 4 hours and I didn't finish it as I was learning. Like, obviously that was because I played for the first time. But it was a really good demo. There were... When I played it the second time, I finished this morning, and I could see stuff that was locked when it said, like, not part of the demo. Like, there was quests, there was upgrades to the stables, there was next objective, so the game is really... There's a lot to it, so... Who's chasing you? No one? Ain't nobody there. I do this gen. 100% gonna be more. I love quirky games like that so much. I didn't see any bugs. I didn't see any either. When they emailed me, they said they were still working on some things, but the updates must have come through.
Actually, you can get these for the
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah. Before I played it, I did give some feedback because you know how at the boarding horses where you like train other people's horses at your property, there was no way to no.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine. You didn't know she was coming from there. Oh! Think you're gonna take it for me? Oh, never mind, I'm good.
I did.
Yeah, okay, but now what?
I'm gonna try to save you. I have a flashbang and a flashlight.
She left.
Oh yeah.
I gave them some feedback because I can't... After our training is done, I can only go back to the stables
Sorry.
or do the exact same training again. Oh, No, wrong side! I didn't have time, so I was like, I'm gonna drop it, and then she wasn't facing this. That is... Chucky! Chucky!
That was unfortunate.
I know, really was.
We have someone that is AFK. They have 2 crows.
Oh, that doesn't help. Why are people AFK? Come on, people. If you don't have time to play, don't play.
Wakey.
Apparently, it's not going to be a great year for gamers. Bluepoint
now
Studios
they
is
get-
shutting down
now they got a
PlayStation's
third
cancelled
crow.
products, and Xbox isn't looking any better. Oh my god, there's just too many options. People can't spend their money, possibly, on everything that's going on in gaming. Most folks don't have enough money to spend. Yeah, 60 to 80 quid. It's too much.
Clouded is the one that's not AFK.
Oh. I don't know. Let me get my points. Welcome back, Loftus. Welcome back. Oh, Chucky! Are you kidding me? So it makes sense. The gaming industry's having trouble. Yeah. It peaked during COVID when a lot of people are home with spare time. That's it. Like, you have so much more time, and now you have to work and look after your family, and you're going to the gym again, and you're walking the dog, and like nobody has time to game. Could you not take them up for a nature walk or socialization? Oh, would recommend something like that. A lot with horses is desensitization. Yes, that's really good. That would be great too. I've been getting back into free games, like cheaper games, Minecraft, Palia, games when you only buy skins. Yeah, I've gotten more. I'm more into cheap games and not buying the skins. Like I just refrain from putting money in altogether. But it also helps. It's a big difference that I have a job again now, right? Because I have more to spend. There was not enough time for that. I'd hate this map, yo. I'm just running. I just run in a straight line.
I haven't seen Chucky at all in this game. Only a bit in the beginning, and that's all.
I ran into him several times. Hello.
Hello.
Thank you. It's time to dig out that old Nintendo from the graveyard. They go a long way though, and there's so many good old games.
I think one of us could steal his cave. I'm not gonna lie.
It's looking like a hedge game at this point, right?
Kind of.
You've been made redundant. Envy might be securing a job by Friday. Oh, for better pay than my last. Okay. I wish you good luck with that. I hope it works out, Joshi. That's excellent news. You've not brought any skins like a good girl. Yeah. Just you have to be mindful when you lose your job or when you know, your income changes, that maybe buying skins
Okay, now again.
is less important than buying games.
We haven't seen each other in a while.
Well, the Instapic.
Oh, now I see Chucky.
GG's.
Never mind, we don't speak about that.
I will say though, the indie game was absolutely popping off. Yeah, 100% I agree, T. Like, some indie companies are making amazing stuff right now, and I'm totally fine with that happening at the cost of big corpus craving. Yeah, falling apart. Then I can resub to all your favorites. Thank you, Enner. I appreciate you. I hope your shift goes quick. Good morning. And I appreciate you hanging out, guys. I am in a tourney with Enner Bear here through the Twitch Women's Guild.
Shout out
We
to
will be
Anna
representing
Bear.
the Twitch Women's Guild on March 14th in a tourney. You've already met Sunny this week, and Jess, and Elo, who raided us last week. That's my whole team. And yeah, we don't have a lot of information yet. We just have the dates. We don't have times. We don't have killers. We don't have maps. Nothing. But we do. I will be sharing that. But that is happening on March 14th. Cozy Caravan, Slay the Spire, Deep Rock Galactic, so many good games. Wow, you've been on a lot of good games, V. That's great. Spirit, yeah, they're like the double team. Do you wanna join for games, Lucky? Can we back out? I think Lucky wants to join. Are you here? Hex, are you here? I'm sorry, Lucky. I can't back out because Hex is gonna go into the game alone. If you're still around next round, though. Cozy Caravan. I want the A to crumble. Now the Sims has gone to poop. I mean, they're just gonna go into a game by themselves. That would be. But I should have. I wish I saw it. I was still catching up on chats. You've also been replaying Horizon Zero Dawn, and I know it's not an indie game, but it's been so much fun playing it again for the first time in a few years. Good games do that, right? Oh, do we not load into this game? We did load in.
On my favorite map.
We have Lucky joining next game, I think.
Yeah.
It's Nemi.
Then
Oh.
the spirit.
Nemi and Spirit again? Okay. Oh, there's no Jen here.
Both of them are on my ass.
How do you do it? They're always on you.
I'm not leaving the locker. Nemesis, I'm not leaving the locker.
You gotta stare down with a Nemi? Oh, that's funny. That wasted so much time. Did he think it was head-on or
I'm
something?
not leaving the locker. I don't know.
That was funny.
Oh, I see you. Hi.
Hi.
I see that Yanshin. I will see that Yanshin anywhere.
Oh, I have a syringe for you.
Oh. Thank you.
Oh, I imagine. Someone will save her, surely. I do this, Jen.
I blinded myself.
As you do.
Both of them are on my ass once again.
You like to get in a mix, huh?
Yeah.
You just had tikka masala? Oh, nice, Glenny. Nice, I love that. Was it spicy?
Attention Alien Army, we do have a raid incoming. I repeat, a raid incoming.
Oh, that is so unlucky. Hello, welcome in. Oh my god, Whiskey,
Whiskey
thank you
rated
so
your
much for the
channel with 7
raid. How
viewers.
was your stream? You were on that, ooh, Dead by Daylight. Whoa, lag. Did you play some 2v8 where you want Killer, we want Survivor? Thank you so much for taking your community here. Gamers, if you came in with the raid with Wesky and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP, the M stands for Micah. I'm an official Dead by Daylight content creator from the Netherlands. I'm a Survivor main. I have 17 P100s, I love playing Dead by Daylight. And when I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. I work at a horse's stables. Welcome in, everyone. Wesky Race. Hi, Sigrid.
Sigrid Rosen
Hi,
followed
Only.
your
Welcome
channel.
in. Oh my god, another stream. We are blessed. Yes, Mondays. Always Mondays. Always on Mondays. Forgot the raid message anyways. I see you. You're all good. Sigrid, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. It was so good. Your brain ended up getting fried at the end. I mean, Was it 2v8 because there's so much going on? I completely understand. At the end of that, it's too much. Rescue Raid, hi Ophelia. Ayo, long time no see. How are you? Hello, stranger, indeed. Good to see you. It has been too long. I mean, that's what's nice about the little Twitch and DBD world, right? At the end of the day, it's a small world. And you run back into each other at the end of the day. Thank you, you too. Oh, it's good to see you. Are you uploading much on TikTok? I do 4 days a week only. Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. I ended up just getting lost in chat. I was playing one before. Okay, saw a lot of Wesker today. That's a good day. Honestly, a lot of Wesker is a good day. If you ask me. And yeah, if there's lots to catch up. Oh, this is not good. Lots to catch up on with chat. Just as well. That is a good day. Hold on, my husband's here. Food! I got down a lot of Twitch for a few months. Understandable. There's so much to see. So many wonderful people to support. How have games been? It's 2v8. It started out really good. And then it got a little worse. And now it's better again. That's a summary. But I love it. I love 2v8. You met so many new friends today. It was lovely. That's great, Resky. I'm so happy to hear that. She lost to Rebecca, guys. In all that. Oh, she found the Rebecca, guys. After all that. That's insane. I have to say, crawling towards a wall. Oh my god, wrong button. I couldn't drop the pallets. Crawling into a doorway is never a good thing because I couldn't see which way she was facing. And it's a lot harder for me to save. Yes, DVD, it always is. It always is. You've been dodging 2v8 like the plague. Really? I think it's so much fun. No, you cannot ban Wesky. You know this. You should know better than that. What's happening? Who's here? Why are we still in chase? We just got off the hook. She took the hit. Excellent, excellent. Is it good to see me? Is it really? I mean, you ask a valid question, my friend. Is it? Is it really? You ran into Loft at like a 4-man? 4M on Rivals. Like 2 weeks ago I tried solo ulting them. That's crazy work, Wesky. How's the Rivals treating you? Tried being the keyword. Did they not manage? Not too much now, Loft. Oh, my food is here, guys, and it smells so nice. No, no. Shot him out of the sky. Then froze his ass and killed him? Oh, rude. I've pita gyro, Glenny. It's good. It's really good with a garlic sauce. I'm sure you can approve. Sounds good. You had one Saturday? Oh, nice.
I think I'm gonna play like two or three more matches.
Yeah, sounds good. It's alright. You're a Platinum 1 right now? Okay, gamer. I see you. There's a lot of toxicity. Yeah, you hear a lot of people complaining, which isn't great. But you love Psylocke? Oh man, I wish I was better at Psylocke, honestly. The second time I played her, I got 9% accuracy. It was really bad. It was really bad. You stopped playing rifles when Deadpool came out? The game felt so much more toxic out of the blue? Really? I think it was already moving towards that. She gets aura from me. That's unlucky. Woo! What's happening over there? Nah, I deserve to live. I deserve it. Glenny, we have a boss battle. Are you actually getting back on that game? Michael, when are we getting Outlast Trials? I literally purchased that game. Do I have to buy it for you? Check my Steam. Oh! Check my Steam real quick. I should already have it. Hatch right here. Hatch right here. Nope. Hatch right here. Nope. Hatch right here. Yes. Closed. Hatch right here. No. Here. No. I'm not getting out of this one, am I? Nope. Well, why have we played it? When do I have time to play anything, love? I am booked back to back in work, stream, editing, dog walking, stables, gaming with you. I'm losing you. Make time for me. I made time for you this weekend. I'm trying. Look who it is. Is it you? Hi, Sketch. Welcome in. That's so real. Honestly, I think average like 40-30 accuracy. That's good though. Okay, if anyone jumping in, guys, we've got 2v8 open lobbies. I think Hex is playing 2 or 3 more games. And we're on the Survivor if anybody wants to join. Did Lucky get demotivated because of me? Because we ran into a game without them? Looks like it. They're not on, are they?
Lucky gonna join now.
I don't see them online, honestly. Air Up. I haven't played with her in years, man. Peachy's on the... I think it's you and me.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna feed the dog. That's boot? It's 2v8 though, Loft. You hate 2v8. If you're booting, we'll wait for you. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna feed the dog and we wait for Loft to boot the game.
Gotcha.
We don't know if they're extending Ophelia. I haven't heard anything. I don't think it's happening. This PTB, but we'll see.
Yeah, I don't think I have like 95% of. I'm like at 95% that it's not gonna happen.
Rivals was already fairly toxic, but then all the gamer dude bros that are obsessed with Deadpool came out. Ah, made it worse. I feel like ever since that stuff went done in the tourney with that Black Widow and Magic, I've had many throwers, honestly. Yeah, that is so annoying, right? Loft's saying that as well. So many people throwing. And she has a 9 p.m. bedtime. Gamer, what are you even talking about? I'm literally on 8 a.m. to midnight days right now. She can go to bed soon if she likes. It's not the first time we've had a conversation at 3 a.m. Both gotten out of bed, booted up DVD stream. That's true. But I like you. Well, I like you too. Oh my god, it's embarrassing if you weren't talking about me right now. I have to tell you. Yes, but we can't say the same about you because I don't like you. That's true. Then why don't you join my 2v8 lobbies? Haha. That's a shame. They usually do it after time. They didn't last time, Ophelia. The 3 times before that, yes, definitely they did. But not the last time. Did they extend it? Actually, Love just said it got confirmed that it's extending for another week.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Damn.
Okay.
That means I can do a with a friend that I forgot to friend with. Yay.
The entire Twitter page is covered with this new map. Where is it saying that it's extended? Is it in the game? Did you open your game and did it say that, Loft?
Oh god.
It got extended. Sketch is saying it as well. You need to go get some food. Thank you so much for hanging out and for the raid, Wesky. I really appreciate it. Gamers, if you don't follow Wesky, please go check them out. I met them through a community tourney. It was an absolute blast getting to know them. They also stream DBD. Please go drop a follow. Can't stay for longer. My brain is non-existent today. It was good to see you. It was good to see you. I thought in retirement homes they had an early bedtime.
One of them is Spirit.
Fuck off, gamer.
Spirit
Well,
and
I didn't play very much. I'm happy I can do a few more. That is good. That is good. Yoshi will be sad though because she's not around. Oh, am I running? Oh, you have a beam. You can't. Nah. He gets the purple beam again. I need it though. He knows. He knows that I need that beam. I mean, that's on you, Vittorio, I have to say. She had aura on me still. She's up! Chaos. I love the chaos. I love the chaos. DBD intel and they're trustworthy. This is not the best tile in the world, I have to say. Okay, this is not the best Huntress in the world. Oh, come on! Cringe bitch. You blind that for, don't worry. I choose violence today. Nah, for real, you came in guns blazing, Sketch. Holy hell. Alright. It's extended. It is what it is. Gamers, for those of you that didn't know, tomorrow at 7 a.m.
Wait, hold on, enemy. I think this is oh, never mind, that's a totem.
7 a.m.
I thought that was
I have the 2v8 8-way streamer collab invited. I got invited by Tennis at the Disco. So we're streaming it 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. because they are on NA. Unlucky.
Damn. That was close.
Yeah, it's the walls. They don't work against the walls anymore, do they?
That was a close save.
I heard the lens close, y'all. I'm still a sleeper? Yeah, well, because you're not strong, Sketch. I don't know what to tell you. Was it a double team? I got double teamed both times.
I'm dead.
Oh no. What is this James doing?
He's traumatized now.
I think so too. How have you been doing anyway? Well, I hope.
For me, my dogs are so cute.
I have, Ophelia. A lot of things have changed. I don't. Oh my god, the hunt just got blinded.
Sketch N4 gifted one
Sketch,
subscription.
thank you so much for the
I don't think
gift.
that
It's a
was
loft.
really
Thank you so
this
much.
game, I'm not gonna
Loft.
lie.
Enjoy the ad for viewing the emotes, the sub badge, and the channel point multiplier. And we will spin the wheel for that, Sketch. Thank you so much. 76 gifted. Thank you so much, Sketch, for the support. I really appreciate it. Oh, here we go. Fucking shit.
Well, at least you blind is really nothing.
I paid for that with my life, though. Nah, Sealeaf said it. Gamers, we're gonna run a quick ad break. We're gonna run it now before we go into the next game. I mean, you started it, Sketch. We're gonna run it now before we go into the next game, so you don't have to miss anything. We'll be right back. I apologize for the ads. Please bear with. And I ate some food. Where's my loft?
And she leaves.
Let me eat, and Ophelia, I'll get back to your question. Thank you, Sketch. Enjoy your food. Loft, you're so funny. You deserve that escape, by the way.
This one is gonna be my last.
Okay, let's make it a good one. Okay, let's make it a good one.
Yes, yes.
Hi, Fowler. Sorry, just eating. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. Happy Monday. It already got extended pretty. It's extended on March 3rd. There we go. Another huntress. Yeah, I heard it too. Okay.
Who is the other killer?
Wraith. Sorry, Ophelia, I was in the middle of answering your question how things have been. I think since we last were like actively talking, I think the biggest change is that I don't have I don't have a normal office job anymore, and I started working at a horse's stables. I don't know, yeah, you knew that already, I think, about the horses, but yeah, I was made redundant again in a reorganization, I think a year and a half ago. And then I decided in 2025 to like really try and see if I can focus on streaming and growing. Can we just not? Oh, come on. I just want that tonic, man. She snuffed it, bro. Now, why is this Huntress in my lobby? These shots are insane.
Okay.
Hello! The Huntress's shots are insane. We're at risk here, I'm just saying. Oh, she's mid-map. Okay, cool. Oh, there's a healing tonic here. I can heal myself if you wanna hop on
I can
again.
heal you as well if you want.
Yeah, we do love big rocks, but not the ones that aren't high enough to hide behind for for headshots. Really, that's amazing. Lovely work with horses. Yeah, so okay, that was new. So yeah, so I decided to focus on what I love to do and see
I didn't see. Did they finish the main channel?
if I can make that work. I don't know. I really didn't see.
They did. I
So
see it.
I'm
working on a gen right in front of main.
So last year I was mainly working at the stables. I was dog sitting, and working on the stream, and it's really been paying off. And now I managed to late last year land a job that's like I'm employed by them, but I don't have work all the time, which is perfect for me because that's exactly what I want. Like I don't need the security of a job the whole year round, and I don't want to work full time at an office either. Like, it makes me very miserable. So I do projects for them, like events.
I'm scared.
I'm gonna get plugged by this huntress. But I don't know where she is. I don't see her.
Oh my god.
That was very dangerous. That was a very dangerous game. In between two killers, mind you. That Detective Tap is a fucking hero. Tap is a hero. Oh my god.
No, I can't get to that fast.
Some are longer closes, other opens, exactly. And so I do events. It's like project based. I write my hours, so I don't have the security of a job, but I can work for them sometimes. So that's like an office job event. Is this with horses? So the event job is separate. So I kind of have like different jobs now. So I have the event job, which is an office job. I work at the horses 3 days a week. I dog sit. I cat sit now as well, but that's at people's homes. And I try to focus on like growing the stream and more like the online and the gaming stuff to it. I still have BT.
This is an amazing theme. Oh my god, this was...
That was huge. That save on you was huge, and getting out there as a group was huge as well. What's a good change to make if you want to be happier? Exactly, exactly. It's a lot less secure, and I'm relying on my husband a lot more, you know, for our income and stuff that we want to do as a couple, and the stuff that we want for our life. But yeah, he knows that I want to explore this, and I'm a lot happier now. That was insane. Do we know this huntress? Phantom, they were really good.
I don't know. But thank you for the game.
Thank you, Hex.
It was amazing.
Yes,
It was fun.
yes. I'm glad we got a chance to do this.
Yeah, see you tomorrow or whenever you are streaming again.
Yes.
Let me.
Yes, thank you, Hex. Have a good rest of your day.
You as well. Bye bye.
Bye. Huntress was very patient. Do you want to play some 1v4, Loft? After. I need one more flashbang save. Let me... Let me do one more flashbang save and then we can change. Yeah, gamers, I had the pleasure of gaming with the amazing Hex Lover today. They're wonderful, wonderful person. Amazing gamer and streamer. Please go check them out. This is where you can find them. They're rating out now. But, yeah, this is where you can find them. Either... Yeah, we'll do some 1v4. I need pips, yo. But if this thing is getting extended, I'm gonna be playing a lot more like 1v4. 2v8. I was expecting... I was planning to play 1v4 on Wednesday on stream and try to get my pips. You know, I'm not Eerie 1 yet. So I don't know what I'm gonna do right now about that. Um, it's great and it's also amazing that he supports your aspiration. Yes. Yeah, and I really appreciate that so much to get this opportunity. And Blight. Loftus loves Blight. You guys didn't know. I got him, guys. I got him. You could always play the horse game. Don't tempt me, Seely. I will give you 4 hours of that horse game. No issue. I mean, the chances of me getting another beam save is like slim to none. It's slim to none. Maybe I just do a gen. Make it 5. I have no issue with that. He's still chasing Loftus, I think. Oh, he's with me now. That's unlucky. Oh, double trouble. Hold on. Hello. Oh, he knows. He knows everything. Oh, I was gonna sidestep it. Last night. Who's that? Who's DCing? My duo DC'd! What? Why are you not respecting of my beam save? I assume you lagged out. You couldn't handle it that I was the hero, could you, Lofts? I saved you and you're like, nah, I'm the hero of this story. I'm out of here. Oh! Bad things. Bad things. That line needed to fuck off. Now he wanted you so bad. Bro, I just died. Oh. I don't even vault things, that's fine. I literally just died. You got a penalty? Nah, you've been DCing again. Alright. Get me off this 2v8. It's time. To see where we stand. With the pips. I need to get Area 1 before... Well, we've got well over 2 weeks left. 3 weeks. Has it only been 10 days? I DC'd last night on stream. But that's because you're... Oh, yeah, I remember. The way you had most points. That's probably because the bot is carrying, though. Not gonna lie. Okay. We can wait. Do you want to go EU? It's the power of the bots. He knows. We can do a wheel spin for sketches gifted. Quick 1v1. Okay. I loop you. Gamer, I don't even know what you're talking about. I loop you? You have to host. I loop you. Okay. Sure. I loop you. Like you've never seen before. As I do. Invite me. Guys, I need 1v1 practice because tourney stuff. Not that I'm not doing a 1v1 tourney. I just need to get better at looping. And Slay Queen suggests I do 1v1. So here we are. Jawbreaker roulette. After my food, okay? After my food. I'm eating food first. Here we go. You've got the jar ready. You see this killer? What do you play? Playing demo puppy? What's this situation? I'm going the wrong way. Wesker? You brought Wesker? For me? Okay, I practice. Okay, hold on. Let me see one thing real quick. What do we... Holy... What are you swinging at, Mr. Wesker? Look at this! Pellets. Nothing. What's in here? Pellets. Okay, I don't know, man. This could be rough. Okay, I'm ready. Wait, we're not ready? Okay, I'm ready now. You hog tech. Nah, he does. I mean, it wasn't the hog tech, but like... The way... This is locking in for me, by the way. Okay, like whatever. What is this? I have windows into windows. Give me a pellet. Game, are you kidding me? Oh, this is actually a really good setup. Hold on. Nah, he knows everything, guys. Egg? Is that even allowed in a 1v1? Nah, I can respect the M2s though. He's giving me a chance. He's giving me a chance, guys. Shit! GG's. Well done. Well done. Yeah, I was not as locked in as I should be. GG's, thank you for this, Loft. I need more practice, fuck you. He's upset about that window, guys. I'm clipping it, don't worry about it. No, Hex, thank you. I had a lot of fun. I appreciate you asking me for the collab. That was great. Alright. I need more practice, guys. I need more practice. Thank you, Loft. I appreciate you. I knew I was going through that window. I fucking knew it. I didn't know if it was gonna be... Because of the angle, I didn't know it was gonna... If it was gonna vacuum you in. It did. No, listen, I gotta hand it to you. Like, you didn't go for the M1s. You went for the M2s, and this is not a killer you play, so... Thank you. I appreciate you giving me a chance for a good 1v1 performance here. Alright, let's go. 1v4. Where are we at with pips, guys? I have to check. Okay, gold 4. Okay, it's not bad. We're not in a bad place. Let's see if we can get some pips. M2 only. Yes. Very good. Did you not make it into this game? What is happening right now? You leaving me behind with this Megan? I don't think you should do that. It doesn't look safe. Dedicated server shit. You need to reboot. You need to restart your game or something. Or do I can reboot as well. Like, oh, he's here. Delayed? But he's here. Food. You do love to make an entrance. Bro, this gamer's got a gen rash. He's a gen rasher. Nah, he's got a rash from doing too many gens, bro. That's not good. What was on that gen even? Wesker. Back to doing more gens on the 1v4. While my team loops the killer. Oh my god, the way I was scared about pain res and then I was 17 years late about letting go of the gen. Oh, I'm edge map. Is there anything here that I can loop for when he catches up to me? I don't like that tile. Maybe this? Was there a pallet here? No! Why would there be a pallet there? Nice. Why am I creating pallets? Oh, he knows he's going through that window. I mean, he did, technically. I did make him go through the window. Where are the other... Oh, I forgot to put the pellet down! Ooh! I forgot to drop the pellet, guys. I forgot. Doesn't use power, doesn't... Oh, he just fakes it. Oh, he just fakes it. Okay. Hook now. The delay on stream is not gonna allow for this, but I don't think it was pain res. Honestly. It is? Why did I just die? We win? We win. You didn't like the progress? Okay, yeah. That was rough. Are we stacking points? Loft. You don't have to stack points if you don't want on Nancy. I can bring escape cake. Just let me know. Light. They're unlocked already. Well, it was a throw, but at least they're off him. That hit? Insanity. I know, Loft. I kind of already threw the game by that early down. Oh, he's got. Was that pain rest? I think so. Oh my god. Yeah, it's GG's. I don't have anything. Oh my god, I threw this game so hard. I threw this game so hard, you guys. It's the way that the Sables is what scared us about this lobby, and I'm just throwing. Are you going next? Yeah, we don't need 17 people going for an unhook gamer. Like, do a gen. I think it's barbecue, honestly. Oh, this is 40-second green too. Yeah, Loftus wants out. He's done. Fair enough. I'm gonna have to look at the Rift Pass. I don't think I even bought it yet. See how much progress I'm on with that. He's not here. Okay. The way I would expect him to come to this gen. Oh. Okay. It is barbecue. It has to be. He went straight to that injured Sable. I don't know. Oh, imagine. This is a 50-50. GG. Okay, rift things. Oh, I can't even see it on Tome. Do I have to be on the home menu to see that shit? I guess so. What builds was I cooking? Okay, Resurgence Lithe, Toolbox. I don't know, I'm a... Oh, it's above the Shrine of Secrets? Okay. Go to the challenges. God, I really don't check the rift enough, as we can see. Okay, Jawbreaker Roulette, guys. It's time. Thank you, Sketch, for the gifts of the Loftus. I think cinnamon, guys. I'm thinking cinnamon. It's not good. I'm thinking cinnamon. I had pita, a gyro pita with some lettuce and garlic sauce, and apparently a fireball because I'm just that lucky. Yeah, the food was great. It was very nice. Yes, Greek inspired indeed. I said to my husband, let's remember when we were in Greece. Hi, Sonny. Welcome in. I'm eating a fireball right now. If you're wondering why I'm gonna make like these funny faces in a second here, that's when the cinnamon's gonna hit. How are you? How is your day? Oh. If I had... Oh. Well. I just fucked my brand new parts. If I had a beam, I would have had that save too. Did he even come here? No. Yeah, it's not good. It's very fiery. It was, that wasn't ruin. A wheel spin. Yeah, it was a wheel spin. The Jawbreaker Roulette. Here we go. Why are we... Here we go. It's starting to hit. Oh my god. How the game's going? We played a lot of 2v8 together with Hex earlier. It was mostly great. Oh my god. It's fiery! And now, oh my god. And now I'm on the 1v4. My tongue's on fire. Oh. I would have had this if I'd hit my brand new part. I'm sick. Oh my god. Not now. I'm eating a fireball. I am miserable here. I can't see for shit. No, we don't have big red gum. Cinnamon is spicy? Yeah, this is the same thing. Oh my god. Like, I cry from these things. They're so fiery. Hi, Soul. Thank you for the lurk. I hope you're doing well. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Oh, it's too much. We're almost at the end, though. Oh. Okay, we made it. It's over. Fuck. Oh my god, why am I back here? There's nothing here going on. Shit, 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 shit. Oh, man. Yeah, now we're playing some 1v4. Sorry, I was mid-sentence when I pretty much started tear up from the fireball. We're 1v4 trying to get some pips. Look at this reassurance gamer over here. Go play Trapper. Was he M1 only? She's in the locker. That's very strong. That's very, very strong gaming. So just what we like to see. And they got pulled from it too. Nah, what are these randoms? I mean, I'm missing skill checks. It's not like I'm a professional or anything. Alright, let's see if we can salvage a pip from this game. By going for the save, get some altruism. Because we ain't doing 4 gens. Those pain reses! I know! Why are you back to hook? It's over! It's not that deep. I'm not gonna even get a fucking rescue from this. Oh well. Oh well. DS? That's why you did that? So you could make a DS play at 4 gens? Perk value. That's what we like to see. She's committed. We can respect it. Are we actually? Nah, let's end this now. Oh, I don't know, he's here. Let me get the pickup. Oh no, I had no idea he was here. Let me pick up my friend. Bye. You gotta make it look good, guys. Otherwise they don't pick and you're stuck in that game. Pointless for the rest of your life. Doing nothing. You have to make it look good. Otherwise they don't pick. People do be miserable like that. Hi, Kaikala. Welcome in. Enjoy your daily doggo treats. It is very pointless. It's not efficient. It's wasting time. He's already won. We need to go into the next game. We need to move on. We need to get them pips. I don't think I got any. Well, I got one. Well, not from that Blight game. That Wesker game? Probably. Okay, maybe brand new part is not the way to go. I'm gonna go with this. I know, the Nias didn't touch a gen. We did gens. They did nothing. It's fine. You gotta play how you gotta play. You had a pretty good chase, no gens, yeah. I fucked up with the first gen, with the brand new part, and then I got in chased. It was not pretty. Do you, I'm gonna go for another hour, Loft, if you want. Hi, Lake, welcome in. 4 games. It's just gonna be me and Loft for the rest of the stream, Lake. How did you get back home? How was the rest of the workday? Lots of traffic from Utrecht, or not too bad? Do you play Phasmo? Hi, Kaikala. I played Phasmo twice. And I'm not very good at it. But it's not planned for stream anytime soon, if that's what you're wondering. Spirit? Adam. Barely any? Oh, good. It maybe still like vacation, right? Because one of the girls at the stables, she has a school around Utrecht area, and she was at the stables today, so probably quiet. Okay, well that's good then. Okay, that was not a bad run. Quiet day, good. Not too bad. And home fairly decent time. Is Loft on the Sabos again? You spent 2 hours at the Arbors? I mean, there's so much to do there always, and everything you do there takes so much time. Like, I tried to work through my emails this morning, and all of these questions are like... so time-consuming. He's going in. He may need help. He does need help. Are we camping this? This is Pops Gamer. The motorbird was finished again. Yeah, I'm coming. No scratch marks. Okay, I see you. Hello. Still going? Yeah, Fogbite. On Monday I have a chance to do a bit longer streams if I get a chance to start in time. So we're on the last hour though. But yeah, it's been a good one. I appreciate you hanging out. You gaming tonight, Fogbite? Not tonight, relax on Mondays. Nice. She can't catch Loftus, guys. They never can. They can never catch him. We're 3-genning in main, by the way, with Adam doing that gen. But, hey ho, we have 1 hook. I'm confident that we'll manage. even though it's spirits. Gamers, for anyone that wasn't here earlier, tomorrow 7 a.m. Central Eastern European time, so my time. I have the opportunity to do 2v8 8-way streamer collab over at Tennis at the Disco. I will be streaming it as well. 7 to 11 a.m. Yes, Lake, because it's an NA event. Yes, you'll be awake and working. I was expecting you to be awake and working for that. We can hang out. Nah, this team is juicing. Like, how do you go from 2 randoms doing nothing all game to these juicers and then we finish all the gens? Insanity. Fast vaulting everything, that guy. He has no shame. Adam has a beam. I do not. Background player 2! I take hits! That way! That way! Adam, we need you! Loft, 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 loft! Nice! Body block. Oh, the teabag! That's unnecessary. She had a really rough game. That teabag was not needed. It was not needed. Okay, gamers, we're gonna run a quick ad break. We're gonna run it now before we go into the next game. You don't have to miss anything. We'll be right back. I apologize for the ads. I appreciate your support for the channel. Give us a minute here. Ah, that's why she saw Loft go for the unhook. It was nowhere to hide. Here, have this. Have this. Thank you for the 100 biddies, Lake. Thank you so much. Save your pennies. We already talked about this today. Thank you for the biddies.
What's the story, Mother?
Okay, somebody said challenges, Rift Pass. Oh, I'm done. Unlock, normal. This is normal, right? Is this normal? Rift bundle, unlock extra. What? Unlock. No, Rift bundle is the one that's expensive, right? We just need this one. Nice, we get all the fit. Did I load into a game? Am I bugged? Nice. Oh, Love's still yapping. Okay, I want something else. We'll keep Bond live. This David saying he loops for all the gens? Okay, David. You stay in your own world, little buddy. I do not think that that was the case.
MVP. Woo, woo.
MVP?
Cheer 100 here. Have
Oh, there it
this.
is. The
Spread Lake 3.
That was the
cheered
latest
100
fuck.
bits.
I don't know. Maybe Flashbang? Maybe Dead Hard, though. Imagine if I can still hit Dead Hard, guys. I would love to. Brother, she was on me. Yeah. Well, Adam took the first chase. Around the shack. Which was a decent chase. We were on 2 gens. Then she was on Loft after the hook. Then she was on Nobody. Then she was back on Loft when I went for the unhook. You literally only did main gen because you were in chase the rest of the time. Some people are disillusional. That's crazy work. Spirit was like, Nancy, you're good. You didn't drop a single pellet. David Free dropped everything. That is so funny. Such good feedback from the killer. Hello? Oh shit! Wait, why didn't he slow down from that? And why was he undetectable? Oh, I'm so dead. The way I thought I had life! And I don't have life! Oh. Mess. It's a mess already. Bro, he didn't get slowed down. He walked through the steam and he didn't get slowed down. It takes 2 seconds to get activated? Damn. So he did get slowed down after I got hit. That is so bad. That's why you run through it and then he gets... Oh. Oh. Hold on. Let me go and die. He didn't get slowed at all. Oh. Well, I fucked it up. This is a fun game. This is a fun time. Nah, he needs one more pip for Area 1. He is taking the survivors. And he's not looking back. He is not looking back. Don't worry about it. Secret project? Undetectable. When a gen gets blocked. Undetectable when a gen gets blocked. Oh. Corrupt. Okay. Thrilling tremors. Okay. Okay, so he's undetectable because the gen got blocked. Okay. Ah, fuck. I shouldn't be doing background player with Dead Art. That's dumb. I just want a fun build, y'all. I'm going head on, quick and quiet, I don't know. Iron Will? Maybe. It's a new perk. Is it from Henry? I understand. Oh. I don't know what happened. It looked weird. Okay, she's going. Oh shit. Well. Excuse me. Well. Oh, this is a locker. That sucks so bad. Where's the fucking pellets? I don't have time for this. I'll be right back. What? We have to make it look good, guys. We have to make it look good. They're not getting us. They're keeping us trapped here. They're like, let's observe this. Let's observe. We gotta make it look good. Otherwise, they don't take us out. Oh, God. Alright, this is not gonna work. Oh yeah, I went downstairs. I cleared my plates and whatnot. Oh my god. I was over that game 17 years ago. No, this doesn't go well with light. Okay, so we take off light. I don't know. They didn't want anyone to have fun or move on, so I pulled up TikTok. Funny. Oh. Hey, Maurice. Guys, it's Maurice. It's a pricky bear. Okay. With Mindbreaker. That sucks for my Iron Will. It's hard to keep track of everything when you're trying to hit skill checks, watch a door. I mean, I know he's unlocked now because I saw it on the HUD, but there's a lot going on. Why are we screaming? He's already off loft. There's no terror radius. How am I supposed to get my last stand with no terror radius? Adamus Vigil. If only I had Sprint Burst now. I mean, that wouldn't go with Iron Will, but... GG. P100! That's rough. That's rough.
I pulled out that gun. Rum,
That's rough.
rum, pa pa pum, rum, pa pa pum. Man down, rum, pa pa pum, rum, pa pa pum, rum, pa pa pum. Man down, mama, I just shot a man down.
GG. GG indeed, Sonny. GG indeed. Alright, make a P100 DC. I mean, I guess even P100s are just people that are sometimes like, nah. None of this in my life. Crazy work. Alright, I think 2 more games, unless we get another DC. Okay. Alright, this is my tourney map, guys. I'm facing Vecna on this map on Saturday. Old Vecna. This is a doctor. That means Loftus is up. Okay, this is I want to say 10-ish. We're gonna do the clock callouts, gamers, because I need the practice. This is 9. This is 10, 11, main. 8, 7. Alright. Let's go. She went down at 2. Clip mate, thank you. Oh my god, the save. That must have been love. I can't wait to get confident up for clock callouts. When we know the map, we can dive in, Sunny, because there's I always thought I have to know clock callouts before doing comp stuff and tourneys. That is not the case. And there's no way you can learn all the map callouts, because there's too many maps. You just learn them by which ones you need. You just jump in, and then each tourney you have, or each time you are practicing for a new map, learn those callouts. It's gonna be way easier to catch on. If you're trying to learn them all at once, it's not happening. Yeah, Hens is great maps. That's what everybody uses. Hens is callouts. That is the callouts. So when we get our map and our killer, he's got Huntress Lullaby, so it's a skill check doctor. No, it wasn't Merciless Storm, interestingly enough. When we get our killer and our map, Sunny, we can practice callouts for that map. But they need to publish, they need to start publishing some stuff for the tourney. Because we're like, what, 3 weeks away? The way this Ash just ran to the only gen that's already done is insanity. So Lot's looping at 3. He's leaping him, which makes sense to me. Because Doc is Lot's favorite killer to go against. They don't stand a chance, usually. They don't. Can't wait to see this build, you know. Oh yes, I do know that you're Doc main. So we've got Huntress Lullaby that we know. You love the Doc? Yeah, Loftus loves him too. But like, to face them, he's really good against Doctor generally. Are we... It's not pain res. What else is this man cooking? Oh! I was out of range for that. Come on now. He's back on loft. Alright, Ash has gone for the save. So if the gen at 7 is done, maybe I do a gen on this side. These guys are trying to help the Talita because she's getting tunneled. Someone needs to be on a gen. I need to be on a gen. Loft's there. He's gonna see what he can do. Nah, damn it. He couldn't get in between. Maybe a save? Maybe? No. DS Gaming! Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I think Ash is on main. Oh my god, backward skill check. Okay, Loft took the down. Honestly, I'm gonna go pick him up. I don't have Wiglif. Chlorophobia. Backwards chlorophobia. Skill checks are insane. Ash, why aren't you on the gen? Oh my god. Gamers, if we don't do gens, this girl's tunnel was in vain. I was already picking up Loft. Why did you need to be there? Like, read the HUD, guys, and read the room. If you have someone getting tunneled out and you have 2 people not on gens, you need to be on a gen. Like, you should not be getting in the mix. Otherwise, the game is not going anywhere. You have to be on the gens. This guy is a gen build. Look at this gen flying. Adrenaline? You go on that door. You're saying no. The door is here, Loft. It's almost ready. He better full send that shit. He better full send that shit. Alright. Sloppy Butcher, Chlorophobia, Huntress Lullaby, and I don't think we know what the 4th perk is, but that is the build, Sonny. Loftus, great looping. I'm sure you were happy to see a dog once again. Surge was the last perk. So it was Surge, Sloppy Butcher, Chlorophobia, Huntress Lullaby. GG. Good luck next. Yeah. Yeah, this Ashley was in his own world. I don't know why the gen was going so fast. I think I got a new toolbox, maybe? From Dramaturgy? Kindness. Be kind. He should never have chased you. I don't understand, Loftus, when you use Hex. No, he's just better. Haha! Loftus is getting accused of hacking again. Are you shift teching? When you shock, you don't gain bloodlust. Oh my god. Hold on. People who lose always accuse Loftus of hacking. It's insane. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Liar. Know your power. Oh, he's gone. Thank you for the TikTok. Bro, he doesn't understand his own power. He doesn't get bloodlust when
get
he's
the hell outta
shocking,
here
and he
while
was
we
shocking
can.
all the time. 0 bloodlust, you're hacking. Oh my god. They're live? Was chat saying they were hacking? Nah, people. People. Why are we doing crazy things like that? That's funny. That's actually funny. Okay, LG, I think. I have to walk the dog. LG. Alright. Trickster! Why would you 3-man a gen at the start of a game? I don't understand these decisions. Hobbs live. Oh. 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 Why can they shoot through everything, bro? This is like... This is supposed to be a tile. Thank you for trying, my loft. Oh, that was miserable. It's pain rest too. I had no idea where they were coming from. That is so annoying. Oh my god. I was tabbed out, wasn't I? I tabbed out. I have a bad feeling about this. I have a very, very bad feeling about this. Yeah. Okay. Lost him. I had a very bad feeling about this. Oh my god. Alright, he left again. I guess he doesn't like to chase main. I don't know what the problem is. I don't know what the problem is. He's saving that pain res. He doesn't want to chase main. He doesn't want to even go look for survivors at main. It's interesting. Am I running into him again? They're just better. I don't know what to tell you. They're just better. Turn back the clock, bro. He has turned back the clock. That gen was almost done. This man has no idea. He has no idea. Good job, love. And the reassurance. Oh my god. Okay. That's huge. That's huge. That's huge. That's huge. Hold on, we're cooking. These guys are insane. Oh, these gates are very unfortunate. Let me see if I can pull this heel off. I can. Alright, let's see what he does. If he picks... I have last stand, but he's not at a vault, and I need to work on a door. Oh. Okay, he picks. Oh, it's no way out. I mean, this is winnable if we get a gate open. Not if I die here, though, which is now very close to happening. I die. Damn my life. Damn my life. Well, it should be 3 men out. That's good teamwork. That's good teamwork, I have to say. I don't know how all these knives are hitting through everything. P100 Trickster. Okay. Well, now you're just throwing. That's insane. Gamers, thank you for hanging out. Love, thank you for jumping in. Did we get some pips? I think we got some. Yes, we're almost, we got, what, 5 pips or something. Amazing. Let's go and raid out. If you wanna get updates about my stream, hang out with us. This is the Discord. If you don't follow me at my social media, I frequently post content on all my channels. Tomorrow, 7 AM. Guys, we're back live soon with the 2v8 8-way streamer event with Tennis at the Disco. So we're back soon. We're back soon. Where are we going? Yeah, let's go over here. We're gonna go raid someone that we're facing next month for the World Cup. For the Women's World Cup. Let's go and say hi. Copy this raid message. Spam it in the chat. Thanks everyone for hanging out, chatting, chilling, lurking. It's been an absolute pleasure. Hex, thank you so much for the duo gaming on the 2v8 earlier. Thanks everyone for the stream streaks. Thank you for the follows. Lake, thank you for the 100 biddies. Sketch, thank you for the gifted. Wesky, thank you for the raid. Penguin, thank you for the raid. Ghosty, thank you for the raid. Lake, thank you for the 100 biddies from this morning. Thanks everyone for the redeems. Don't forget to redeem your daily doggo treat. This is your last chance to go and get that. And then I wish everyone a great rest of your day. Take care. And then I hope to see you all tomorrow morning. Bye guys.